YouTube is live, I believe. Hello, YouTube. Dams! I'm so excited, okay? I am so fucking excited. I had sort of I didn't forget, obviously, that this has happened, but also I had forgotten that I hadn't shared it and that it wasn't common knowledge is really what happened. Like, at all. Hey, Bear, how are ya? Man, didn't you get fucking roped into the, I'm so sorry. Give me a second. Emmett, right? Am I wrong? Is that the name? That's the name of your character. Am I being a dick? Have I forgotten the name of your character? In my defense, I've met your character like only a couple of times. Yeah, I play Emmett. Okay. But I think I heard that you accidentally were on the fringe of the fucking Devil in the Swamp yet again. Because I heard your name as somebody I can talk to as Alder. Okay. Mason is a goated medic. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay, I am going to grab a beverage here. I know Emmett somehow managed to treat the person with the curse book. That's okay. So I hadn't heard that, but I heard your name came up as somebody that I could talk to about it. So that's crazy. This is what I heard. And obviously I know it's like Meta Monday. And we're just free to, talk about stuff. We usually show like old scenes and stuff. That's, it's fine to share now. But boy, do we have a bomb for you. Oh my God. Hello, Newt. Guys, we have so much to talk about. Let me get my drink first. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm here. You're here. I have a beverage. I have some coffee. We are ready. The video is actually rendering at the moment. So here's the deal. Allow me to come and say hello, first of all. Hello, I am here. Okay, so we have about 7 minutes remaining on the render of the video itself. So, hello, Grenick. How are you feeling? I learned that your sickness is also not just in-game. I was about to start work, but I am locked in now. Yeah, okay, so a couple of things, guys. Listen, it's Meta Monday, so I'm just going to tell you this thing that I fucking heard. Oh, howdy. Howdy, Sirius. How are you? Okay, so listen. This is why I can't know anything. This is why you are not allowed to tell me about the cover of Red Dead Redemption 1. Because then I extrapolate the ending to Red Dead Redemption 2 and, you know, like all that, listening very hard. Okay, so last night I was playing Delilah, and I know I didn't stream, but please forgive me. I recorded everything. Okay, here's why. Let me back up, which is the thing I do on Alder, right? Let me start from the beginning, but I just am way more ridiculous on Alder. Let me back up. Thanks for recording, always. And this is why we have Meta Monday today, because I'm always recording. However, what was I going to tell you? Oh yeah. Okay. So I was on Delilah last night. Okay. I was recording, and this is what happened. Okay. I'm standing there and I'm talking to Jules, and I'm getting up. There's something wrong with the telegrams. Is anyone else experiencing this? Like, I logged on the 10th in the morning before I drove down to the wedding to check Delilah's telegrams, and I had nothing. And then last night I log on and I check, and I had one from the 9th, and I was like, that's not possible. I checked before I left. Anyway, it seems like they're delayed by like, I don't know. Anyway, it's not the first time I've had weird telegram shit. So anyway, I get this telegram and I'm like, oh, okay, this is, it's from Jules, right? So anyway, last night I'm standing there, I'm talking to Jules. Oh, wait, guys, wait, hold on. We gotta go back. Let me start at the beginning. No. Okay. Those of you who have watched Delilah shit before, you know that like house in Saint Denis where she met with JJ and Herbie, like the backyard of that fucking house. You remember? A flashback within a flashback. Yo, bitches. So I sent a telegram to Herbie being like, meet me at the house. I didn't even sign it. I'm gonna get shot one day. I didn't even sign it. I was like, meet me at the back of the house, fucking 8:30. Don't be late. So and I recorded it, so maybe I can like go and find it. But you guys, just imagine the ungodly theme playing as I'm like walking. I walk on Delilah everywhere. So I'm like walking down from the telegram station after I send it. I'm like headed to the back of the house. And I walk through another yard to get there, and there are 4 fucking motherfuckers sitting around this table talking about something probably very important. And I'm just like, oh no, there's someone here already, sort of. And so I just like walk by them and say, you know, like, hello, and continue walking on my way. I get up onto the balcony and I fucking wait for Herbie to show up. And then I see him coming down the road. And I see him turn in the same way I did. And I was like, he's going to pass the group of people. But then I see him pull a gun out. And I'm like, that's Herbie, right? And also, why is he pulling a gun out? What is happening? And then sure enough, and then I realized, he might not know that I'm the one who sent the telegram because I didn't sign it. So it's like 20 minutes later, right? I passed this group at the table. I'm standing on the back porch, right? And then Herbie comes by with his fucking gun out, dude. And then is like, oh, sorry. I can't remember what he told me. He said, I think he was like, oh, sorry, I'm just nervous. And then puts the gun away as he continues walking up to we have our conversation and then we leave. Right. And we pass by them again on our way out. And I'm like, I'm so, pardon our rude interruption or something like that or whatever. And they were like, do you guys live around here? And I was just like, no, not at all. We're just using this person's backyard. It was pretty funny. Anyway, fast forward now. I just had to tell you that because that was fucking hilarious and I loved every second of it. And that's the part of like playing on the server that makes me just want to play a weird NPC that just gets to, be weird and in the background of other people's stories for a little while. Are you streaming on Twitch too? I am. Both places. Oh, whoa. Oh yeah, that's creepy as hell. I can't really, that's on my old monitor, so I can't really see that very well. Oh wow, yeah, that's scary. Woo, okay. So anyway, I'm talking to Julius. This is what happened, all right? I'm talking to Jules last night and we're going over what happened to Ro. So those of you who don't know what happened to Ro got into what I had heard was a cleaver fight, right? But then I hear last night that it wasn't exactly a cleaver fight, or maybe it started out as a cleaver fight, but at the end of the fight, Hank tried to take Ro's head off with Julius's machete that he gave him at the fucking on Guarma. And I was like, oh. And then I fucking remembered a scene. I remembered the scene. And I was like, I didn't show that scene, but I knew. Delilah knew that he had the fucking machete, right? Anyway, oh boy. Yeah, I was like, but also just the poetry of that. Just the poetry of that is like, no. Like morsels for Delilah. Like, oh, okay. Hank's gonna cut off the head of somebody that Julius like loves, I think, and he's gonna do it with his own fucking machete. That's just so good. What? Yes. Okay. Delicious. Awful. Horrible. But so anyway, so I'm Julius is telling me everything, right? And then like Herbie's there, and we're just having this conversation, and then I go. It comes up again as to like, where is Delilah on this list that Hank supposedly has? And also, why hasn't there been a bounty out for her? Why isn't she bundled up in all of this? Which she just finds incredibly interesting. Like, is it... And only last night did it come up where it was like, oh, maybe he didn't put you on the list because he wants to grab you himself. Because she basically sort of kind of had that conversation with Jules where he's like, I'm not technically on the list. It's everyone around me that's on the list. And I was just like, well, maybe he's saving you for last. I would, that's what I would do. I would just get everybody else first. And then, because he was like, I haven't talked to him. We haven't spoken since the thing in Guarma and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, Delilah was just like, yeah, well, maybe he's saving you for the very, very end. And then in another conversation later in the night, it was like, oh, maybe I'm not on the list at all because he wants to grab me or talk to me himself first. Not putting Del on the list is the ultimate revenge. No, because I don't think it's not that. Okay, so for her, I don't think she cares if she's on a list or not. Like, this is what makes it so interesting to her is that somebody who's going to go off and, when she first heard he was going on a revenge crusade, she was just like, oh, that's a little disappointing. That isn't what I had expected, but okay, interesting enough. But the more she learned about it, the more it sounded to her like he's actually doing this for Guarma. The more she thought about it, the more it was like, oh, it sounds like he's making a big noise about Guarma, right? He's telling everyone who will listen, how much they fucked him up and what they did and blah, blah, blah. It's always about the motivation for Del. Yes, exactly. 100%. So he's saying all these things, which on the surface, it 100% looks like he On the surface, it looks like he got burned in Guarma and now wants revenge. But I have scenes that we're about to watch today that contradict that completely. And she's just like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Either he was lying to me or he's lying to them. And either way, that's exciting and delicious. And like, woo! If he lied to my face and I believed him, that's exciting. If he's lying to everyone else, that's also exciting. The people going after Hank is an Avengers level event. Yeah, it's super fucking cool. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so Delilah is like, okay, he either lied to me, which awesome, but also, or potentially he's doing this like he really did find himself in Guarma. He really did find a purpose in Guarma, and now he's like, you know, in this weird swan song act of a like, I'm gonna go to the crossing. I'm gonna tell everyone I know how awful these people were and what they've done, and then like try to attack them one by one. And what's the end result here? Like in Delilah's mind, he wants to die, and he is hoping that someone will come and do that for him. You know, which is just interesting and also contradictory to what she had in her final conversations with him. So yeah, there's just like a bunch of stuff going on where she's like, it doesn't make sense, but I'm intrigued and I kind of want to, you know, solve the mystery of the motive. And it is the motive. So does she care about being on a list? No, she doesn't give a shit. If she'd been on the list, she wouldn't be here. She'd be like, oh, okay. You know, like it was just been like, all right, that's fine. But she wasn't. And so now she's like, well, that's weird. Why? Getting flashbacks to the two Guarma wars, man. Yeah. It's really fucking cool. So anyway, this is what happened last night and why I was like, oh shit, I need to show you guys this scene, because I had forgotten that I hadn't showed it. And also it hit me that Delilah doesn't tell anyone anything unless they ask her for the most part. And I don't know if Hank told anyone this, so I don't think it's common fucking knowledge. But we're sitting in the cabin last night and Julius goes, what did he say exactly? She was like, you know, like, it doesn't make sense that I'm not on this list. If it's, you know, like, you need to know that doesn't make sense. I did just as much to him to get on this list as the rest of you. Right. And Julius was like, well, you know, like, you dragged him away, but, you know, really that was it. And Delilah was like, he's missing a fucking hand. And Julius was like, we took his finger, not his hand. And she said, maybe you didn't. And he was like, he was fucking silent for like 30 fucking seconds. And then it hit me. I was like, oh, no one knows. No one knows that Hank cut his fucking hand off. Nobody knows this. I mean, I'm sure that he's been RPing that he either has a prosthetic or is like missing his fucking hand. But it just like occurred to me that like, oh yeah, it's not like I didn't actually do that. You know, Delilah didn't actually, at least I don't think she touched him. I don't think she had any part in it other than facilitating. But yeah, it was, maybe there was a little bit of a push there. I'm sure when we watch the scene back, we're going to be like, oh yeah, she may not have touched him, but she was, you know, very much involved in that process in like arranging for everything to be done. And like, you know, anyway, so it just kind of like, that's why I was like, oh shit, nobody knows what Delilah knows in terms of like why none of this makes sense about what Hank is doing and how he's doing it. Like, she's been sitting here the whole time telling them, like, I don't think this is simply a revenge game for him. I think there's something else going on. And no one believes her. And I'm like, okay, well, all right, that's fair. But it only hit me last night, like, oh, I think Delilah's the only one, other than the doctor, who might have insight as to why this is strange. Only the people who were there would know. And I don't think Zambi streamed it and ever shared it, and I didn't yet. So I've been waiting for this scene. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. And so then he cut his own hand. So it happened back in July. He didn't cut his hand off. A doctor did it for him. But well, I mean, we'll see. But it's delicious. It is crazy, dude. It's crazy. And now I remember, because so I pulled up the scenes today to like, you know, just put them together real quick and render them out. It's done, by the way, so we can watch it whenever we're ready. But I was like, you know, I was like scanning through the scenes to be like, okay, what do I cut out? Because it's a lot of Delilah like existing. I record basically when I get on her, so there's a lot of her walking around and stalking people. So I like pulled it up and I was like, what happened here? And there's like there's her and Maynard in the bar, and then there's like movement at the door that I see, and I'm like, oh, there's somebody outside the door. And then it's like Hank comes in. We have a scene with Hank, and I'm pretty sure he asks her for a doctor. He's like, I need help. And she's like, yeah, okay, I'll get to it when I get to it. And then there's the scene with Maynard. That scene ends, and I literally, you guys, it was the same day. I walk down and I'm like, oh, I'm just going to walk down and pretend to look for Herbie, because if people see me looking for Herbie, then they'll let, Trench know next time he's on the character. But Trench unfortunately plays Herbie and Maynard. So I knew he wasn't on fucking Herbie because he was just on Maynard with me in the bar. But, they're real people in the server. So like, I was like, I'm just going to walk down there. I'm going to look around for Herbie. I might ask a person or two so they can talk about it, and then I'll log off, right? I walk down there and there's a woman sitting there. And so I'm like, oh, this is perfect. I go, you haven't happened to seen Herbie around, have you? No. We get to talking. She's a fucking doctor. And I'm just like, well, I guess the island wants him to have a doctor. Like, it just happened. And I went, okay, let's go for a walk. And yeah, it happened the same day, dude. Like Kismet. Yeah. It was like 4 hours of, I can't believe this is happening. And also, I'm like questioning the doctor's morals. I'm like, how do you feel? I'm trying to feel her out and see if she'd be willing to, to do something that, is a little bit on the darker side. And also, like, I don't know. I love Zams. So for me, I was like, he's going to fucking lose his mind if I bring him a doctor, hopefully he's still logged in up there. It was like a week or two after the trial. I actually included the date. It was the 26th of July. And I included the date in the video. And the trial was the 14th. So I think it was like a week after that. Crazy shit, you guys. Crazy. Unbelievable. Okay, let me open this here. We're going to be live producing as well. Because I didn't, I didn't have time to edit it properly and do music or anything. And then we're going to probably log on, after this. Are we going to have a bizarre collection playlist? I'm enjoying the stream so much. Sure, we can do that. I didn't think to do that. We have Twitch gives you a limited number of collections. One day they'll change that. But so I just don't put things in a collection until people ask for it. But if you would like, then absolutely. How do you rate the pun? If there is a server reset, they should do an apocalyptic event called Guarmageddon. Oh my God. I can throw it into a collection. Yeah. If everyone's enjoying the bizarre runs, then absolutely we can do that. That was my intent today, by the way. Is go live at 10 a.m., play some bizarre, and then we'll switch over to RP. But now we have to watch this. Because it came up. It was fucking relevant. And the reveal that so it's weird because obviously in the game you can't just go around missing a hand in WildRP. So it has to be a thing of oh, I didn't, serious. I didn't. I totally forgot. Oh, that's so exciting. I watched the rest of them, though. And I think there's a video technically missing from that collection, by the way. I can message you which one. Why did you say this is why you don't tell me anything? Thank you for bringing that all the way back around because I had completely forgotten. So last night, after all of the crazy events, right? Delilah is talking to Maynard and is like, something else came up entirely, which you guys may or may not know Delilah gives a shit about, but it is a character on the server named Riley, or Slim. And apparently, so that character was mentioned multiple times last night. PB knows that Riley and Slim are the same fucking person, and that Slim is the person. So this is such a fucking long, this is like 2 years of shit happening. So Delilah used to stalk Wesley Shields for fun, because he's a fucking psychopath, and she recognized that and was like looking for a playmate. That was her first, like, that was her first rabbit, right? Is Wesley Shields. And I want you to come and play with me. So I used to stalk Wesley Shields all the time. A casual stalking. Yeah. I also knew Grenig, and I felt like he would be fine with it. I never asked his permission, so hopefully that was okay. But yeah, I used to, waiting for the emote, Grenig. Yeah. So yeah, I used to stalk Wesley Shields on Delilah all the time. And anyway, so all that to say is we know who Wesley was involved in and the circles that he was in, right? But there were a couple of instances where I was following him around Saint Denis, and there was one instance in particular, you guys, that I was like, the moment it happened, I went, this is crazy. I just witnessed something nuts, and I have to shut the fuck up and not tell a soul about it. And it was, I was walking down that like front main street or whatever. And this motherfucker Klaus had been like on Delilah, right? Like, let's bang, just like really trying to get her to, whatever. So, and she was just like, not interested, but he was talking about his wife, Riley. So that's how Delilah knows Riley, right? As Klaus's wife, Riley. Okay. And then Delilah had heard about Slim from Maynard because Slim cut Maynard up, right? Slim is the one who gave Maynard all these scars. Cool transition from talking about his wife to let's bang. Bro, it was crazy. I'm sure there's some of the VODs somewhere still. But anyway, so Delilah knows that Slim is the one responsible for cutting Maynard and scarring him and all sorts of stuff, and has heard about that character, right? But then also had heard about Riley from, Klaus and all that stuff and whatever. But the thing that I was telling you guys is that I was walking down the street, and I think I was getting ready to, I think I was following Klaus. So I was stalking Klaus, guys, and watched him climb up a rooftop. I watched him climb up a rooftop and talk to Gavin Summers. And I was like, as soon as I got up on the opposing roof and saw the long hair, I was like, oh, but also Delilah has talked to Gavin, right? Like, he threatened her. And so I knew exactly who it was when I saw it. I was like, oh, that is insane. It gets crazier. Okay. Cause I came down and I was like, that did not just fucking happen, first of all. And then second of all, that's fine. That by itself is fine because Klaus was very vocal about being friends with Gavin. So Delilah didn't think that was weird, but she was just like, oh, okay, they're having a conversation on a rooftop in the middle of Saint Denis. Okay, cool. He's like, super wanted. That's fun and exciting and good for the two of them, right? This is where it gets crazy. And this is why I mentioned the fact that I was obsessed with Wesley Shields, because when I saw him in disguise on the docks, I was like, what? So I get down and I start walking towards the telegram station, and then I see Wesley Shields looking like a fucking dock worker. And I'm like, that's Wesley, right? And I have face blindness a little bit. But I'm like, why is Wesley in disguise stalking Gavin Summers and Klaus. And the second I saw it, Delilah went, oh, he's playing. He's stalking. I didn't realize that you saw me. Yeah, I didn't say anything to anyone because in Delilah's mind, she saw that. Why Wesley of all people? So odd. Well, I don't know the lore between all of that. I don't know the deal with that. The only thing I know is that I think at one time, way back when I was first role playing Delilah, I remember there being something weird about Wesley coming up with, like, I was in the bar, the Bastille, and Maynard knew Wesley or something like that. Like Wesley came in and talked to somebody and then they rode off in secret together. And so Delilah was like, oh, he's playing both. He's playing the barman and he's playing Summers, you know, like that was the impression I got. Oh, he's like he's playing around, but you know, she doesn't care about that kind of thing. So it was like, fine, no big deal. But the moment I saw you on the docks and I was like, oh, my first thought was like, why is he here? And then I went, and then I was like, oh, well, I just saw Gavin. And, you know, like maybe he's doing the same thing I was doing. Maybe he's just like waiting and watching them and stalking one of them. And to Delilah, that's like, oh, you're in play mode. I'm not gonna interrupt your play. You know, if I had your telegram, Grenick, I would have telegrammed you something creepy afterwards about how I had seen you doing that, but she didn't have it. And then other things took over. Wesley Shields, ex-game member, ex-deputy, ex-gang member. Wesley Shields. Yes, that's the one. But yeah, I saw that. But the moment PB saw that, I was like, oh, I can't fucking tell a soul that I just saw this. Cause that feels like, you know, even if I just casually mention it, you know, that's going to be like, you know, that's crazy meta, even though it doesn't feel like it to me. It felt like, oh, there's some shit going on here. But yeah, that was a fun event. But anyway, all of that was to tell you my weird connections between Riley and Slim and all of these characters that I've heard about. Also, imagine being friends with Herbie and he's talking about his best friend, Wesley Shields. And Delilah's just like, do you know, A, you have a type, and B, do you know who your friend was? Like, she's very curious to know. I think she assumes he must know and was okay with it, which is intriguing. Anyway, I think Herbie is very aware. I think he has to be. And also, he clearly has a type of friend that he enjoys being around. Anyway, I was telling you this so that I could explain why when there's a scene that I think I've already shown, which is in the alleyway of Saint Denis when Rabbit stalks Delilah, dude. Oh. Okay. And then they have that conversation. In that conversation, Rabbit refers to Riley Slim. And Delilah goes, like, what? And in that moment, I was able to finally be like, yes, Delilah is starting to realize that they are the same fucking person. So now I was like, okay, now I know that they're the same person. But last night, she came up multiple times while I was, with Jules. And Jules was like, oh, yeah, she was one of the founding members of like this gang or whatever. And Delilah was like, Maynard didn't tell me that. Like, that's interesting. So anyway, I meet with Maynard at the end to be like, tell me about Slim. I want to know what's going on. And so they're talking about that. And at the end of it, he goes, oh, I have to tell you something. There was a note left for you at the bar. And it was weird. It was like, I'll bring it to you so that you can read it yourself. But the note is essentially like, I know what you did. I know what you've done. And I'm like coming for you. It's like vengeance. And my brain immediately went, oh, that was Wainwright. That's Wainwright. And it's meant for fucking... I just was like, this is why you cannot tell me any details about anything ever. That's an example. Don't say anything because I don't know if it actually was him. But my brain just went, oh, it had to be because the timeline matches up. because I knew he went to Guarma. And he was super cagey with Alder about why he went. And then my brain went, it's Wainwright. It had to have been Wainwright. But it was very much like, I know what you did last summer, motherfucker, and I'm coming to kill you. And I was like, what? Oh, now see, I don't know if he meant that for, you know, for Shepard to find. And he just didn't know where to put it. Or if it was actually meant for Delilah or what. But Delilah thinks it's meant for her. So that was fun. But that was the crazy shit that I found out last night that I was like, yo, oh boy, yeah. And I went, oh no. Shit's crazy. I'll have to read it. She's got to read it herself. But for sure, it seems like, I mean, you left it at the bar. Why would you leave anything at the bar for Shepard? It doesn't make sense to anyone who knows what's going on. So Della's back in Guarma. No, she's not. She's still in the crossing, but somebody came to tell her that they had seen it. She was talking to Maynard, and Maynard said, I saw it. So it was crazy. And then, yeah. And then Delilah was like, take it down. I don't want anyone else to see it. I don't want anyone else to know that somebody might be coming for me, but I don't think, like, PB knows that can't be right. It has to be left for, you know, for Shepard, but Delilah doesn't think so. So whoopsies. Anyway, I just thought that was crazy. And I was like, I cannot wait to tell everyone. They're going to be like, what? Oopsies. Yeah. Coopsies. Oh, so cool. So cool. Anyway, do we want to watch this shit? Are we ready? Let me cue it up and get it ready to go. I'm going to have to live edit with some music and stuffs, but that's cool. We're okay with that. Let me just make sure it is ready. Okay, it is ready. I don't know about the volume, so I might have to adjust that on the fly as we go. But I have to do two things really quickly. I'm so sorry. We just have to fix because the Stream Deck has some tracks missing from it. Sure, that one's there. What else? That one works. That one doesn't. We need that one for sure. Hold on. I gotta make sure I have the music for you guys. That is an important part of the experience. I feel like I took a screenshot, Grenig, because I usually do. But when I tell you, I don't even know what you were doing. And I don't even know if I ended up finding out what you were doing later because it was so long ago. But when I tell you, my gut was like, this is serious meta, forget you saw it. Something in me was like, I can tell no one. I was doing exactly what you think. Yeah. I don't know, man. I was like, I have a feeling. I was like, tell no one ever. So I didn't. I didn't fucking tell a soul, dude. I was like, wow. What do we have here? Also, I'm sad I never got to actually have a conversation with Wesley, really, as Delilah, I don't think. I think it was maybe once or twice, and that was it. There had to have been a reason that I went for you in the first place, but I can't remember. I think maybe you came into the Blue Pearl and had a conversation with someone. And I was like, interesting. Interesante. Okay, are we ready? Yeah, the other weird thing about that too, Grenig, is that I have face blindness in game. Like someone could be, I just saw this person 10 minutes ago, and I'll be like, unless they're wearing crazy unique clothing, like the snake jacket or something, I'll be like, I'm so sorry. I recognize by voice. So the fact that I looked over, and the other thing too is like, only clothing for me. Yeah, usually it's clothing. And also I think like Wesley had changed the way that he wore his hair a couple of times. So I had met you and not recognized you until you spoke on Delilah before. But I don't know. And the other thing is like you were walking slow too. You weren't being obvious. You were in fact being very, very discreet. But I looked over and was like, that's weird. And then I went, oh, and I saw your face. And I was like, no fucking way. Is that who I think it is? And I just was, yeah. And then I was like, fucking forget you ever saw it, kid. You know, like that, like you just witnessed a murder. Get out. Didn't you have a hat on too? Or maybe that's what gave it away for me. Using a controller to walk like an NPC. Yes! You were walking slow and everything. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know if I tried to get closer to you to confirm that it was you or not. Or if I just waited. I think I waited there. If memory serves, I waited until they crawled down from that rooftop to confirm that that's who you were watching. And then when you, because I think Gavin rode out of town after that, and you either followed or you kind of like went in a similar-ish direction and then veered off towards either the Telegram or somewhere else. I mean, it was a long time ago now. I don't remember, but I remember like waiting and being like, I want to know if this is who he's watching. But it was a long time, if I remember. It was like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Long ass conversation to sit there and wait, but you waited. You fucking sat there and waited. It was crazy. Ugh. I love the people on this server, man. Okay, it's time. What song is this? What are we listening to right now from the playlist? Is this one I want to use? Don't know if it's queued up properly. A second. Hey, Kez, how are you? All right, guys, hang tight. We're just going to grab this here. We are searching. And then we will dive right in. Okay, we have an ad break starting, actually. So I'm going to let that happen. It starts in about 20 seconds. So get up, stretch, pee, get a snack. And when the ads stop, we'll just dive right in. We will dive right in. To Creep Zone. Is that in here? Okay. I'm gonna wait while I queue up our music here. Those of you who are still here with me, are we logging into Dell or Alder later? We're gonna do Dell for a little bit first, and then we can switch to Alder later in the evening. But we have some stuff to do on Delilah today. And I figured, why not? You guys can, you can join me. Okay, I'm just so sorry. I'm doing the music thing here. Hang tight. We can just listen to this creepy music here while I reset this up. We have to wait for the ads anyway. I remember correctly. This one was a good song to use. I liked this one as well. I like to recognize them by their names. Which is crazy to me because my memory is not the greatest. But I guess when it comes to looking at the name every single time, I always tell myself one day I'm going to go back and I'm going to rename all of these things for the mood so that I go, oh, you know, this is what this is used for and in what case. But I never fucking do, you know? The hell is this? Hold on, we gotta find out what this is here because I don't recognize it, but it's in a Delilah folder. Oh, yeah. Hey. Got it. That is the Colin. Guys, can you believe that Delilah knows Colin from fucking Rhodes Crew? Crazy shit, dude. Okay, are the ads done yet? Why doesn't it tell me when they're done? It tells me when they start, but it doesn't tell me when they end. Are we clear? Anybody know? Done? Yes? Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's do... I just wanted to wait for you guys. Okay. I am muted, but I'm live producing and I'm here. I apologize for any fuck-ups in advance. You made it.
Did I?
Did you indeed? Please sit.
Another one of your games, is it?
No. But I guess that depends on your definition of game. Simply a drink, Hank. Is this your first time down the mountain?
It is.
Then I am honored you stopped by to see me.
I thought you'd be here.
I often am.
Been here before, you know?
Yeah, I do.
You gave me a drink that...
Do you remember what I gave you?
It looked awfully like that one.
It's called the Vermilion. For those going through transformation. I don't think there was a time where you weren't going through transformation. Isn't that right, Hank? Are you angry with me? Would you like another?
No. It ain't over, you know.
What isn't over? Your transformation.
I ain't leaving the mountain just yet. I've only come down to pay a visit.
And pay me a visit you have, Hank.
I know my brother's dead.
And how do you know that?
Well, I think you don't know how much people care about me around here. Maybe I didn't know either. I know he's dead. And I ain't leaving. I ain't in no rush.
Do you feel robbed?
I feel what?
Do you feel robbed?
I feel stupid.
Why?
I feel it. All the pain I'm feeling. I caused that.
And why do you think that, Hank?
Because I'm stupid.
Try again with the right word this time. Don't censor yourself from me.
Because I was weak. Over and over. That's why I'm here. That's why all my friends are dead.
And what is it you want now, Hank?
Like I said, it ain't over. I haven't given what I want to give yet.
And what is it you want to give?
I wanna cleanse myself of this guilt. I want to chop it off and throw it in a fire. Never to exist again. I want to cut that weakness out of me.
Do you think you will survive?
Survive. I've done a pretty good job at it so far.
It's not the same and you know it. You look at me with hatred. Are you prepared to look in the mirror with that same hatred? Or perhaps you do already.
I may not like you, But I don't blame you. It's the reason I came here in the first place. If there's anything I maybe blame you for, it's not chopping my head off. Because for some reason, I can't figure out is that people keep dying. Everyone keeps dying except for me.
Why did you really come here? It wasn't to reassure me that you don't blame me. It wasn't to announce your intent. You know I don't care if you blame me or not. I carry no guilt. What do you want from me, Hank?
I guess there are a couple things. Two things. I want a doctor to come see me at the mountaintop. And once they do, maybe I'll come down for good. And another thing, I wanted you to answer my question.
And what question is that, Hank?
I asked you, but you kept silent.
No. Maybe when you come down from the mountain.
I wanted to know.
I know what you wanted to know. I remember.
Sure about that? Maybe you need a little more time to think on it.
I don't. And I have. But you are not yet my equal. and you know it. Make your offering. Cleanse yourself with fire. Make your way back to me, and then maybe we'll talk.
You should tell the doctor to get up there. Leave me a note. Here.
Maybe I will.
You're the first person I've seen in weeks.
And how does that make you feel?
Like you're someone who can help me.
Believe it or not, Hank, I am hopeful for your return. I would prefer to see you make your way down the mountain, a changed man. If you die up there, it's boring. I will do what you ask. Who's your friend? Why don't you ask him?
Don't look like you want to talk to me.
Perhaps he was just watching. Would you like to say hello, pet?
Hi.
Hello?
Maynard, meet Hank. Hank, this is Maynard.
Sorry if you felt like I was intruding on a moment here. I just was sitting here waiting for my lunch.
Well, it's no problem at all. But we can only be kept waiting for so long, I guess.
Well, you know, some things are worth waiting for. So here I sit.
You know where I'll I'll be.
Good luck, Hank.
Pet, huh?
Hmm. I don't like it when you do that. Don't think I don't know why you do it either.
There. Better?
Much.
Good. You gonna work here for a little while longer?
I plan to serve you your lunch.
Well, I'll sit down. Let you serve me.
What did you think?
Well, he's, I don't know a poetic way to put this. He's fucked up. Y'all did a hell of a number on that man. But he does appear to be scratching and clawing back up from the bottom.
Look at me.
In a way.
Look at me. I didn't do that to his hand or his finger. I didn't mark him. Do you understand?
I understand. sun's coming up.
You're changing the subject.
I said, I understand. And I mean it, I understand. Is there more you'd like me to elaborate on?
Is there anything more you have to say about him? Other than that he's fucked up?
I told you, it looks like he's crawling back from the bottom of the hole. A realization that people care about him. I don't know what he was like before this very moment.
Boring.
Boring? In what way? There's so many different types of boring.
Not to me.
I think there's more than a few types of boring to you.
Oh.
Yes.
Like what?
But who was he before? Aside from boring, was he a farmer? Was he a criminal?
Yes.
Did he rob banks?
I don't know.
Well, that could be pretty boring, don't you think? It's boring to me.
It's boring to me as well. And I don't know.
And what do you think now? Is he still boring?
Yes. Mostly.
But a little less boring, with potential.
Yes.
Does it make you happy if he turns out less boring?
It intrigues me. I don't know if it makes me happy.
Do you like to see somebody change because somebody's changing, or because perhaps the island has changed him?
I like to see people stripped away.
Who they truly are.
Yes. And when I see someone close to that, I find it enjoyable to watch, but most often ultimately disappointing.
And what becomes disappointing about it if they're being who they really are?
Most don't make it to that point.
Ah, I see. And you say this believing, and I'm not saying you aren't by no means, please don't misunderstand, but you say this believing you are who you truly are, or is that what you are striving for? Would you like to know what I think? Would you like to know what I think? I think you are exactly who you are. You feel no shame about the way you are. You shouldn't. You are pure, distilled, 100% Delilah. And I think that's why you like seeing people that way.
And what about you?
I feel I am very true to who I am. Not the most humble of statements, but I lost any reason to pretend otherwise a long time ago. What do you think? You don't have to worry about hurting my feelings.
I don't.
Very reassuring. I have a question, if you don't mind.
Ask.
When did this happen to you? When were you stripped bare? When did you discover who you are? And when did made you embrace it.
Long before I knew you.
Well, I figured.
I think I've always known.
Really, from the moment you were born?
Yes.
Well, you must be amongst the blessed.
I didn't see it that way at the time. Enough.
Enough?
I don't wish to think about that.
You don't have to think about it anymore. I won't ask any more questions.
Remember, Del, they ain't nothing compared to you.
I want you to do something for me.
Anything.
You wouldn't happen to have seen Herbie, have you?
I have not today. No.
He was just here a moment ago. And who might you be?
I'm May. I've been here perhaps 10 minutes and I haven't seen him yet. I'm relatively new to the Guarma area.
Herbie told me about you. You're the doctor, right?
I am. I'm not sure if I heard about you, though. Who might you be?
Delilah.
No, I don't think I've had the pleasure yet.
I think that changes depending on who you talk to. Do you have some time now, May?
Of course. Just writing some notes. But they can wait. Did you want to talk here, or?
Before I potentially waste either of our time, I have a few questions. And then maybe we'll go for a walk.
All right. I always enjoy questions.
Herbie tells me you are no longer with the Saints Crossing Medical Department.
You would be correct.
And that means you are under no obligation to disclose anything that you encounter here, correct?
Absolutely. It would only be between myself and the patient.
And how do you feel about the island, May?
It's been a refuge for me. Found I'm growing quite fond of it.
And are you familiar with La Madre?
I've only heard hints about it. But completely unfamiliar, if I'm going to be honest.
La Madre is who a lot of people worship here on the island. She is the Blood Mother, she is the island. People often give offerings to her in some form or another. Whatever they feel, she would cherish the most. I need to know that if someone were to want to give an offering and require your medical assistance in doing so, that you would not stand in the way of their desire.
I won't stand in anyone's way. You have a freedom here in Guarma. But I would only offer my medical expertise if it's needed and requested.
Then let us go for a walk, May.
let us.
What brought you here?
I couldn't stand life in the crossing anymore. My husband and I returned from Korea, and everybody we know and love is either dead or gone. The Department of Health that I helped build is unrecognizable. We'd often talk about coming to Guarma, and it felt like that was the time.
So you're not running so much as you are turning your back on something you find distasteful.
Exactly. I have nothing to fear back in the crossing. It just has nothing left for me.
You wield a machete?
Don't have one, no, not yet.
But you're used to wielding a blade. Is that right?
If you call a scalpel a blade that one could wield, then yes.
To the left. Are you fine to walk up the mountain, May?
I am.
And what about the trial? Did you hear about that?
No. I have heard nothing of this. Herbie spoke of some things, but in a manner of... It was a conversation that needed a time and place, not just in passing.
The island was robbed of a son of La Madre, a few years ago by a man named Hank. A few weeks ago he was here, along with his brother and family. And to await a trial. Though I'm afraid he misunderstood the word.
He misunderstood trial. Didn't understand there'd be hardship.
Exactly.
I see.
And tell me, May, what do you know of hardship?
More than I care to reflect on, but it's built me to who I am.
Are you grateful for it?
It's made me stronger. It's allowed me to have a steady hand when one is needed. But it doesn't stop.
You said you came here with someone?
I did not say that to you, but I did to Herbie. I came here with... he's as good as my husband, but we never formally married in the eyes of society.
You said we. I assumed.
Oh. Very astute. I didn't even realize my slip.
Is that something you would rather keep private?
Not exactly. But what I learned in the crossing, it's not always wise to reveal your hand completely.
That is very true of Guarma as well.
But Herbie knows him well. He and I knew Herbie before he came to Guarma. His name is Billy. Billy Kim.
I'm not familiar with the name.
Tends to keep to himself.
Small talk is not my thing.
It's not mine either.
Wonderful. Do you suppose your trials are over, or that they've just begun? Or do you fancy yourself somewhere in the middle?
I feel trials are specific to chapters in your life. And you can have more than one occurring at a time. With Guarma, I imagine mine started as soon as I told Herbie that I'd like to make a life here. So with that, it's ongoing. With other aspects of my life, some I've reached a conclusion, and some I'm not quite sure how they're intended to end still.
You believe in intended ends? Predestined ones?
Not for all. There's a few I've had that it seemed there was no other way but the way that it came to its conclusion. Didn't see it until it was there.
But at least you recognized it.
With reflection. I wish I always had the grace to see it before it sometimes forces itself upon you.
Perhaps that changes the destination.
For some things, sometimes it just makes it harder.
Do you know Julius as well, then?
I do know Julius. Billy knows him more. When I worked with the department back in the crossing, there's certain circles they frowned on you revolving yourself around. I had to be careful.
And was Julius one of the ones you shouldn't be around?
Julius himself has had some phases of his own.
And what do you think of this most recent one? This iteration of Jules?
This is the one I know the least about. Most mysterious, I suppose.
Yes, best to follow your advice from earlier around this new version. This trial was Julius's arrangement, and you are about to witness his handiwork.
Julius has always been a master of his craft.
I used to work for Julius at the Blue Pearl.
I'm sorry I missed you.
Me too.
I found the rigors of the department often pulled me away, much to my, when I allow it, regret when I look back on those days.
Hmm.
But Billy and I liked to go visit there. We lived not too far from the Blue Pearl in the city.
Did you?
Yes, just on the other side, near the railroad tracks. Close to the church.
This Billy of yours, is he squeamish?
No, not at all.
And what is he looking to get out of the island?
I've never asked him this question. He came because I told him I had nothing left for me in the crossing,
I see.
and he said he had nothing left in himself then. But he was very happy to see Herbie. Happy to hear Julius was around as well. And when I say happy, it's not very expressive, so.
Well, should you think he might enjoy finding his own purpose, you may send him to see me up at the bar, Omens. Are you familiar with it?
With omens?
Yes.
No, I can't say I am.
It's on the cliffside by the waterfall, but if you get lost, you can ask Herbie for directions. But I may have some work for your Billy, should he find himself bored.
I will tell him.
Is that a scar on your forearm? Or a trick of the light?
I have a few scars.
And do you remember how you got that one?
A man named Jack?
Do you like it?
Served a good reminder.
I like reminders like that too. This way. Hmm. Please sit. What tools do you need?
I have my basic kit with me. But I use tools specific to the need of whatever problem is needing addressing
All right.
in a clinical sense.
Then I shall bring you your patient, and you can tell me what you need.
All right, I will wait.
Hello. I'm not here to hurt you. Stand up.
Shit.
I have brought you a gift. I hope you're ready to receive it.
Last time I got a gift from you. It had a little red bow on top.
I think you'll find this one does too. Please, after you. Do you need a hand?
I got this.
Good. I wasn't going to help you now anyway.
Yeah, I thought so. I tried to get down earlier, but try again.
Hello there.
Who are you?
My name is Dr. Mei Lee. How are you feeling today?
Feeling kind of shitty.
Feeling kind of shitty. What's your name?
My name.
Or what would you like me to call you?
Handsome Hank.
You said Hank? Did you have a title before that?
It's just a nickname I used to be called. Handsome Hank.
Handsome Hank. All right, Handsome Hank. Well, you can call me Dr. May, whatever you're comfortable with. You said you feel like shit. I'm gonna tell you look a little bit like you're feeling like shit. But I might be able to help you with that.
Yeah, I could use a little help.
All right. Well, why don't you come over and have a seat? I'll take a look at you, see what I can do to help.
Take that venom out of your voice, Hank. I can easily take away your gift.
It's very nice to meet you, Doctor.
That's better.
Let's have a seat right here. Don't need you falling over while I do my examination.
What did you say your name was?
May Lee. My first name is May, last name Lee.
May Lee.
Right.
My, hand ain't too good.
Let's see here. All right, Hank. I'm gonna have to take a look at that hand. You can see it's all bandaged up and probably not feeling too good, but I might be able to help with that.
Okay.
Just going to look for now. How long has your hand been like this, Hank?
Couple weeks. Couple weeks it's been like that. It's hurting a lot.
Looks like this would really hurt. Looks like you crushed your hand a bit. Gotten a little bit of a incident that made you lose a part of your finger on your right hand, I'm seeing.
Yeah, I pressed some fire to that.
Yeah, you put it in fire?
The machete.
I'm just gonna take a look at your right hand now, all right? Yes, I imagine that hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, it fucking did.
Sometimes cauterizing things is the best way to stop the bleeding quickly, but it can cause a lot of pain as it heals and can get infected. All right, Hank, how I like to operate is I like to let people know what I'm doing and why. If you have any questions or if you have anything that you're concerned about, why don't you just let me know? You can blurt it out.
Yeah. All right.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm just doing a visual examination. A lot of things that I can deduce that you might be feeling or experiencing just by the look of it. If I need to explore further, I might need to touch and perhaps, as you could say, prod a little bit just to see what's causing pain and how much pain. I'm going to warn you before I do that. But right now, we're not quite there yet.
All right.
From what I can see with your left hand, that one looks pretty banged up pretty badly. Looks like you might have broken or fractured some of the bones in your hand. And it's looking a little red. I'm just gonna take your hand again. Just take a closer look at your skin here, okay? You said this has been a couple weeks you've been dealing with this too. Is this happened to your left hand a couple weeks ago? Is this very recent?
Sorry, what was the question?
How recent was this injury to your left hand?
They both happened the same day.
Same day. All right, so a couple weeks ago now, right?
A couple weeks ago, yeah. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Been up here a couple weeks now, I think.
Right, and have you had any problems? Are you feeling feverish, nausea, anything like that?
I'm hot all the time, but on a fucking island like this, sweating a lot.
Your skin's looking like you're really feeling bad here, Hank. You don't gotta hold back from me. You can tell me how much you feel like shit.
That'll
just help me.
Shit, mate.
You feel like shit.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, but, you know, nothing a couple trips up and down the mountain could have never hurt.
All right. Have you been taking anything? Any medication? Anything herbal? while you've been up here?
No. Just some food people have left me. That's
All right.
some liquor and some bottles that were around. Canned food. That's basically it.
Delilah, I didn't bring any medication with me. Do you keep anything on this island? Or should we rely on herbal remedies for now?
What do you think, Hank?
She asked you.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've been...
At the very least, if we have anything to reduce fever, I have willow bark. But I don't know if you have anything more pharmaceutical.
I wouldn't, no.
All right.
Herbie might.
Just give whatever it is.
What we're gonna do now is we're gonna go the natural remedy. This is gonna help you feel a little bit better. And I can work with Delilah and anything else that we can get you to treat you for a longer term. Are you all right with that?
What's wrong with me? It's my fucking hand. That's what's hurting me.
That's right. Your hand is broken. You have some broken fingers in your left hand. My next step is gonna be seeing if that's something we need to reset, since it's an old injury. The human body is amazing. As soon as we injure it, it immediately starts to try to repair itself. But the reason it hurts so bad in your left hand is it's trying to repair itself while it's still broken. So the best thing that we can do is help the body along its way of healing itself. And that means we might need to reset those bones in your hand.
Reset what? What are we gonna reset?
So when you hurt your hand like this, we have bones in our fingers that sit in very specific places. When you hurt your hand, you moved those bones out of those places. And it's trying to heal in that way, and it's like a puzzle piece. They're not fitting together correctly. We have to put them back together. So right now they're not connecting together correctly, but I can help with that. And I'm not gonna lie to you, Hank, it's gonna hurt like a bitch. But you have lasted 2 weeks dealing with this. I don't have any doubt in your strength in being able to handle this next part, okay? You've been very strong. I'm just gonna ask you to be a little stronger for a little bit longer.
I'm trying to be.
You're doing great.
That's why I want to be honest with you.
Good. You should be. Because that's gonna help me help you. Okay?
This hand. This is what's hurting me. I
Your
want
left
it
hand?
gone.
You want to get rid of your left hand.
Look at it. Look at it. It's never gonna come back. Not only that. To be really honest with you, every time I look at it, it reminds me of something. Something that I'm getting rid of up here. I want it gone. Can you do that, Doc?
Hank, I could perform the surgery to remove your left hand. I would like to say that there is a chance we could save the left hand for you. Removing your left hand, that's gonna cripple you. With no recovery. You could look at removing the fingers, but if you want the full hand, that's a pretty major step here. So I just want you to be clear on what you want.
What I want. Yeah, it's what I want.
You want the hand gone?
Can you do that for me, Doc?
I could amputate your hand if that's what you want. I'd also help you save whatever I can of it. But it's your body, it's your choice.
If I do, will I live?
Your body's fighting an infection right now. That hand's not helping. But you're strong. You've been up here living with this for a while.
Can I survive if I cut it off?
You could, as long as I can get the proper equipment to do so.
And so be it.
Right?
Never want to see it again.
All right, Hank. I need to talk to Delilah because she's going to need to help me get some things together. In the meantime, I'm going to give you a little bit of this willow bark. I want you to chew on it like jerky. It's not going to really do much other than help you with a little bit with that
I
feverish
assume
feeling.
that bark is from the island.
It's from my personal stores.
But
Some that I
gathered
got
here
from
on the
Korea.
island.
No, it's from Korea.
Do you have any from the island? You should only be eating from the island right now during this.
No, then that would be something I would need to be shown so I can start gathering it and drying it.
There are medical supplies in this building.
Right. Let me take a look at what you have there. It's not my first amputation, and hand looks really bad.
It was crushed with a cannonball.
Two weeks of having it stay as it is done him no favors, so. I'm worried about the infection that could get into his heart if he keeps the hand. Hello?
And who's this?
I don't know.
Speak up.
Lily.
Lily.
Linwood.
I don't believe we've met, Lily Linwood. I'm Delilah. And this here is May.
So nice to meet you both.
What are you doing here, little one?
Yeah. I went to leave some stuff for my uncle, Hank. Food and medicine.
Huh. And what medicine do you bring?
Something that my friend made. It should help him with if he's got an infection, and it should also ease his pain.
Please set everything down to your left there, so that Dr. May can look at it.
Oh, yes, it should all be in that crate there.
Wonderful.
If
Thank
you'd
you so
like
much,
to
Lily.
speak to Hank, Lily Linwood, you may do so. But don't take too long. We have business
Yes.
with Hank.
He's nearby.
He's down there.
Please, I'd love to speak to him if I could. Yes,
Please.
thank you.
How fortuitous.
Very much so. This is when Irby would say it was the island.
It was. If it happened any other way, I would refuse you using it.
That was going to be my next question. Let me take a look at what she brought. I'm not familiar with this medicine that was brought.
Would you like to trust the island or look inside? You're welcome to see what medicine was left here. This is a place of trials. Often people come here hurt or injured, spend a significant amount of time reassessing their direction in life. It won't have everything, but it should have some things.
She did say exactly what I was worried about.
She said infection specifically.
She did.
The island must like Hank more than I do.
This surgery is going to be very stressful on him. I don't know if we have any anesthetic available.
We only have what is here.
Well, I hope the sound of a man's screams doesn't make you queasy.
Does it bother you?
No. It's natural. It's good to know that you're in pain. And he'll feel so much pain, he'll eventually pass out. And I can finish my work in silence.
What do you need from me?
Just need to know where I can do surgery.
It should be on that perch, if possible. If not, we can move him inside here. There is a ritual nature to this.
I prefer not to use cauterization unless it's absolutely necessary. But I may need something metal, heated, in case that's a step that I have to take.
We'll use his blade. It was given to him by Julius. As was the damage to his hand. Just in case you're wondering what changes he's made.
It reminds me of the crossing. Sometimes brutality is necessary. But it's also not any of my business.
It is if you live on the island. Unlike the crossing, we don't really withhold information, especially information surrounding La Madre and the decisions we make together. La Madre brought you here for a reason. La Madre put you sitting on that chair outside Herbie's apartment for a reason.
He needed a surgeon, or he is gonna die.
It seems the island wants him to live. Do you need blankets, a belt, anything else?
We'll need a belt. Blankets won't be bad. I have a scalpel.
And water, I imagine?
Lots of boiled water. to take a look inside.
Did you find everything you need?
Hopefully don't need to use this, but just in case. The boiled water, sword, my satchel, we should be able to perform the surgery.
Let's get to it then.
Till I'm ready, I guess. Till it's time. I'll be okay. I love you, Lily.
I love you too, Jackie.
Did you get the gun?
I did. I did. I want to give it back to you when you're ready. But I've got it.
You hold on to that, kid.
Promise you'll be okay.
Promise.
Okay. Oh, I guess I'll leave you to it. And thank you for letting me talk to him.
Lily brought you this, Hank.
Thanks.
All right, Hank.
Yeah.
You're going through a particular ritual right now. Some rules we have to follow. If it's not from the island, I can't administer it to you. What that means is I do not have anything for your pain, or what we're about to take care of here together.
What about it? Something to put me to sleep. There's gotta be something like that around here, isn't there?
No. You slept through most of your life, Hank. Don't sleep through this, or you'll miss it.
What we did with the men came in from the field, and we didn't have any medicine to put them to sleep or dull the pain. I noticed when we were talking earlier, you said you were drinking. If you have anything in a hip flask, I wouldn't oppose you taking a pull from it. It's not going to make the pain go away, but it's going to make you a lot less tense.
What about that? Is that all right?
Yes.
Just checking. I changed my mind about one thing.
What is it?
I do want to see it again.
Your hand, once it's removed.
One more time. I want to throw it in the fire. Fortunately, I can't take it with me. Will you hold on to it?
I will.
Make
It's
sure
yours.
nobody else gets it.
He means me. Don't worry, I won't take it from you, Hank.
Hank, how much do you want to know before we start?
I want to know everything.
Right.
Maybe not everything, but a good amount.
This is what we're going to do. I'm going to be applying a belt just above your wrist. It's going to help cut the blood flow off. I'm going to first cut into the skin and the muscle. This is going to make it so I'm going to be able to see where I need to disconnect your hand from the rest of your arm. Scalpel's very sharp. And I may be able to sever it completely without needing to use a saw, but I do have a saw if I need it. It's going to be painful. It's It's going to be even more painful if I have to use the saw. You will most likely lose consciousness if I have to use the saw. That is just your body's natural way of protecting you.
When do you have to use the saw again?
When I'm ready to remove the hand from your arm.
So you're gonna have to use the saw, no matter what.
If the scalpel can't finish cutting where your bone connects to your wrist, then yes. I'm very good with the scalpel. There's a possibility I might not need to do that. But it's about speed once I start.
The scalpel don't fucking sound very fast, mate.
Scalpels are very, very fast for the work they do.
Is there any way he can cut it off himself?
That don't sound like a good idea. What about just a saw? Huh? What about if you just go in with the saw? Right away.
The saw has teeth, it tears, it grates. Scalpel is quick.
You could
Sharp,
always use a
precise.
machete.
The amount of strength it would take for him to be able, the precision. I could at least maybe start and then he could finish if he has the strength.
There's just nothing for pain around here. Is that what I'm being led to fucking believe? Delilah, there's nothing?
There might be something. But my question for you, Hank, is how do you think the island feels about receiving a dead, useless hand? As a gift, as an offering? If you sleep through the removal, the trial, the process, I'm inclined to do whatever you want. But I think you don't want to be weak anymore. And if you don't want to be weak, then it starts now.
Maybe I am just being stupid. After all, you didn't really tell me how the fuck I was supposed to get off this mountain anyway. You didn't really explain it to me. Figure out my own fucking way. If you want me to cut my hand off myself, whatever it takes.
I never wanted to take your hand. But I do want to see you change. If you are very good, I will give you something from the island to help you with your pain. But not now. Only after.
If I'm good, what do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean...
Give Paul and fucking roll over?
No. I mean, if I believe your sincerity to the island. To change, to no longer being stupid or weak. Make me believe, Hank.
Well, didn't really know what else to offer. But when I was here, ever since the trial, trying to nurse this hand as best as I could, looking at it, you know what? May I came here by my own accord. I let them do that to my hand. I got my brother killed again. Every time I look at this hand, just makes me feel like I deserve this because I didn't put a bullet in Julius's fucking head the minute I saw him an armadillo. I didn't do what I would do. What I should have done. That's why I'm here. That's why my hand's fucked up like this. That's why my brother's dead, and if I gotta look at that and be reminded of the weakness that caused it. I'm sorry, but I just can't take that with me. It ain't leaving this mountaintop. Do what you gotta do.
All right.
I trust you, Doc.
Did you want to finish the removal? Or did you want me to use the saw?
Use whatever tools you fucking want. Just make it quick. And it's the left hand.
Then we're gonna begin.
Was I good enough? Am I a good enough boy? Was I a good boy?
We'll find out.
Do I deserve a treat?
This is it, Hank. The last of your weakness. Let it go. All your fear, all your self-loathing, all your guilt. Commit to this moment. Commit to it, Hank. This was a choice you made. Commit to it for once in your life.
There it is.
That vial I gave him. It might cause him to start twitching.
He's going to feel this when he wakes up. I'm not sure what you gave him, though.
He'll feel it. You just might not care. Everyone reacts to it a little differently, I've noticed.
The only thing I would recommend is something for his infection. If you let me know where that willow bark is, I can work on putting something together for him on that.
I think we should use what the island delivered through Lily Linwood. I know you're not familiar with it.
Oh yes, I forgot. He has that. Told him to use it for the infection after the surgery.
Would you like to give it to him now?
Hank? Hank, you just came out of surgery.
Is it done?
It's done. You did wonderfully. You were very brave. Lily brought you this. It's medicine.
She was coming up the mountain just as I was walking. Just after I told you you couldn't have anything unless it was here on the island. It seems the island wants you to have it, Hank.
Give it to me. It's done then. Ain't it?
The first part. Now I imagine the journey of the rest of your life begins soon hereafter.
I meant it.
I see that.
What I said.
Which part?
Every damn word. I've been honest. The whole time. Who I am. I ain't hiding it.
I know.
Maybe you can be honest too.
I have been nothing but honest with you, Hank. I think you hate me because I accept you. Because I see you for what you are, and I always have. There's a fire in you hidden under that weak will. But you have hated yourself for a very long time. And so when you're presented with someone who sees you, accepts you, oh, that upsets you, doesn't it? No one should accept you, you think? No one should be satisfied with handsome Hank in his current iteration.
There goes that honesty again.
I want you to know that I haven't been doing any of this for Handsome Hank. I've been doing this for the version of you that I see buried underneath. Whoever it was that willingly accepted Julius's offer, that came to the island, that refused to let his brother make an offering. The man that sits here begging to change, begging to grow. Everything I have done for that man. And I look forward to meeting him. Should he appear. I hope you enjoy your treat. I'll be waiting up top, Doctor.
Thank you. All right, Hank.
Would you like to stay here?
Are you staying here as in this building or here in Guarma?
This building. To check up on him.
I might come and stay sometimes, but what I'd like to do is learn a little bit more about what the island has to offer so I can make medicines and teas and poultices. It'll be useful for anyone that would need them here.
The things I make aren't usually for healing. At least not of the body. So I'm afraid I can't help you.
More a healer of the spirit, the mind.
Sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't always work.
I'd be interested in hearing more about that.
I would love to serve you a drink at my bar sometime. Please do come visit.
By the waterfall.
That's right.
And I will do that. If I get to have a good conversation with you.
I look forward to it. I'm going to stay here for a little while longer. I trust you know your way down.
I do. Is there anything I can do for you?
No. Thank you for your help.
Of course.
You are very skilled. It was an honor to watch you work.
Let me know if you need anything else. Take care, Delilah.
Take care, May. Would you like me to leave you alone?
You ever smelled burning flesh?
No. Have you?
A few times. Once when my brother got blown up. He survived, but half his fucking head turned to charcoal. Called him half and half for a while. Second time, my fiancée got executed. Electric chair. Third time is my own damn head went up in smoke. Burned my eye real good. Smells horrible. Thought I smelled it the other day. Something in that pot. That's where I put my finger to the blade. There's something in that pot that my mom used to left things on the pot. They would burn up sometimes. When she'd get real upset. Come home and be a fire starting on the stove. Hear whimpers from the back of the house. I knew that he had gone. Part of me always wanted to be him. Come back. I guess I just am him. Wanted to be one thing for so long. You're the opposite.
Am I?
Me, I mean. Not you. I don't know what the fuck you are. I got some ideas. Of course.
I didn't mean to pull it away from you. Please continue.
I believe I asked you if you ever smell burning flesh. You haven't?
No, not really. Do you find that hard to believe?
I guess it confirms my suspicions.
Which are?
They'd even know. May have been through things. I don't think it's anything like this. I think they... may say you don't enjoy this, but you do. All of you do.
I take no pleasure in your pain, Hank.
Sure about that?
Yes.
Thought we were being honest with each other.
We are. I take pleasure in your transformation. They are different. I didn't want to take your finger. I didn't want to crush your hand. I did want to send you up the mountain. I did want you to take this trial. And in fact, I didn't want it so much as I heard you crying for it. And I answered your call. I don't really care what you do, Hank. At least not yet. You are only just beginning to show me someone that I find interesting. If I have not experienced a life of hardship like you have, what does that change for you? Does that make you feel better about your weakness?
Guess you don't have to go through pain to cause it. I should know that. I'm sorry.
And what if I have, Hank? What does that
Like you
change
said,
then?
it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. You said you see me for who I am.
I do.
So what makes you feel so fucking safe?
Who said I felt safe? Don't think I miss the way that you look at me, Hank. I know what you think about. I know you wish you were strong enough to take that machete across my neck. But it's not my neck you want, is it? It's yours.
I think you want it to be yours.
Hmm.
Is that what you want from me? Is that what I'm telling you? Maybe I won't have your neck. But I'm telling you that I won't pass up the next opportunity.
Hmm.
Have I not?
And here I thought we could be friends. Whatever that means.
I already told you. I don't blame you for the fucking position I'm in. No, I won't take your neck. 'Cause you helped me. Despite what you might think. You helped me learn something. Again. No, I ain't mad at you. Might not like you very much. But the way I see it, you help me out. What is it you want? Why are you looking at me like that?
This is the part I take pleasure in.
Well, I wouldn't ever dare to deny. But potentially a new friend of their pleasures.
Were you frightened then? Of course you were.
I just haven't felt someone touch me in a while if it weren't breaking or cutting off my hands.
Why did you remove it? You don't want the reminder, but when you look down and it's gone, won't you still be reminded?
Exactly. I'll be reminded that it's gone.
And that you had the strength to cut it off.
Cut it out completely.
And do you feel it? The guilt?
I do, it's still here.
What does it feel like?
She's laughing at me.
No. No. I mean it.
Feels like she's telling me to kick some ass. She wants me to be strong. Not feel bad that she's gone.
Ooh.
She's worried about me. But I can't see her anymore.
Ooh.
She wants me to say goodbye. For this time. She just stuck her tongue out at me. She's laughing.
Who do you see, Hank?
My best friend. Someone that took my hand. Led me where she wanted to go. No, I was following her. And she had my hand too. I knew where we were going. There's no way back. It's the one I told her I'd kill the whole world for. Don't think she wants to see me no more.
Was she not grateful for the lengths at which you would go?
She loved me. And she called me a coward, too.
And was it the truth?
No. It wasn't. She could believe what she wanted. I didn't change the fact that I couldn't be there. She's waving at me.
Go to her.
Miss her so much.
Go to her.
I can't.
Yes, you can. Lay back.
It's too far.
Close your eyes. And go to her. This might be the only way you get to see her again.
I remembered. standing here with you. I told you I'm sorry. Sorry that I couldn't be what you wanted me to be. Well, I used to think I never was. But I'm telling you, kid, I always have. I want to tell you to go, kid. Don't come back here. I don't know if you're gonna like it. What you see? I don't think you're gonna like it too much. Do you like what you see?
Yes. Do you?
Yes. I like what I see because Guess I can't see it no more.
That is how I felt too.
You felt.
I may not have smelled flesh burning, but I have had pain, Hank. And everything I ever lost was by my own hand.
That's how I felt too, Delilah. That's why I'm here.
I know.
You understand that? At least
I do. And now maybe you understand me too. At least a little. This island doesn't want anything from you, Hank. It doesn't want you to be a certain way. It doesn't have rules. And the only cages it offers are for those who betray themselves, who hide away and lie about who they are, what they want, their desires. You don't have to be anyone or anything other than exactly what you are here. And to be clear, you never have to be anything other than what you are with me either. You can be honest, you can be dishonest.
I don't want to lie to nobody.
Then don't.
Always been who I am. If people want to call me this and that, that's on them. I'll never shy away from telling you or anyone exactly who I am. I ain't scared no more.
Good. When you come to my bar next, I'll need to give you a new drink. Here. Let me.
with me on top of the world. Figure out what flesh smells like.
I would be honored.
I'm throwing up my hands, opening these arms. Time is sliding down the wall. There is an animal living inside me, gripping my heart, slow me down. The greatest weight that I've ever held, and I can't keep it all. Won't you take it all? Let's go back to when you didn't know me. Yeah, I've come to you as the devil disguised. Yeah, I know I might fall, hidden behind a mask, and I can't show you. Yeah, I'll come to you as the devil disguised.
Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? What kind of line was that, Zambi? Want to stand on top of the world and find out what flesh smells like? What a crazy fucking line. What? That was so good. Holy shit. Man. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where am I here? There we go. That was fucking nuts, you guys. I'd forgotten half of that. I'd forgotten a lot of that because it was back in July. Everybody unclench now. So here's the thing. I actually saw there was like 5 minutes of that left, of that scene left. But after he said that line, I was like, oh, he's about to throw his hand in the fire and it has to end there. I don't care what they said after that. That was fucking perfect. And also some of my brain is like, some of that is going to be me walking away. But as we could see, I hadn't fucking eaten. So it was going to be hobble walking away. So I was like, we're ending it there, man. That was perfect. And whatever they said to each other after that moment, which I don't know if they did, to be honest. I imagine he threw his hand into the fire and that was that. Because I sure shit wouldn't have spoken after that ending line. I would have just let that hang forever. Whew. That was something else. Oh my God. That was crazy. I'm going to bring you guys back in here over here. We'll let you be over here. Perfect ending. Yeah, that was crazy. So last night I had said to Julius, I met Julius and Julius was like, what did he say? Something like, oh, you know, like maybe he doesn't see you as involved. Maybe some of the reasons from this awesome scene are why you're not on the list. But I think that's the point she's trying to explain to people. The thing is that Delilah isn't going to be like, you know, she's not like Alder, who's going to sit down and be like, hey, but this puzzle piece and this puzzle piece and this puzzle piece, these don't make sense. But she's trying to say that what he's doing doesn't line up with the, you know, the man that she expects or knows, right? Like him hunting everyone down and saying that he, you know, doesn't like, you know, that he wants revenge on Guarma, right? After that scene, that there's no, like in her mind, she met the new man that loves Guarma and would be very much like, this is where I was born, you know? So there is something going on with what Hank is doing that doesn't add up for Delilah, but she doesn't know what it is at the moment. I'm really curious about Zambi's plan now, or at least where his head is, because these scenes throw everything in a new light. Yes, they do, which is why we're showing them today. But also, remember, it's for the wildlings, which is what we should call ourselves, right? So you guys can theory craft. You can resent where you were born. You're absolutely correct. So I think that's part of like what's so interesting about the situation for Delilah is like this idea of, you know, I think she has a hard time understanding when it's like when she thinks she has an idea of somebody and then their actions don't match up with that. She can find that incredibly confusing. And also, especially if she becomes emotionally invested in that person. Emotionally invested. Can a psychopath be emotionally invested? I think so. But it's just, well, I mean, look at Hannibal, right? He gets emotionally invested. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's some interesting bits to it too, where it's like, she feels like even then when she said, did she not appreciate the gift or the lengths at which you would go for her? Like she has no concept of, oh, some people might find that distasteful. Some people might be, you know, repulsed by the idea that you would salt the fucking earth for them, that you would kill for them, you know? So stuff like that. But also just, I think this idea that this man, and it's possible, I believed it in the beginning. When I heard, when she was told Hank is pissed at Guarma, Delilah's first reaction was, oh? And like, tell me a little bit about that, because I don't fucking believe it. I don't believe it. Oh, he wants to blow up the island. No way. No way. No way is that, you know, true. But, you know, you're right. People can resent where they're born. And also it can be a situation of Hank comes down off the mountain. He's no longer high off his ass. And then he's like, I cut my fucking hand off in a sepsis delirium, you know, and but to me, I don't think that that's the case. I don't think you walk away from a moment like that going, you know, that was, for lack of an appropriate word, that was a baptism, what we just witnessed in my mind. So I think like, yeah, I don't know, man. It feels weird. His whole plan feels weird in a good way, you know? Like I know there's a reason for it. I know it makes sense. I just don't know what it is yet. I'm just not quite there yet. I have a couple of theories after rewatching those scenes, but yeah, I don't know if it's like, I can't wait to see it unfold. Me either. I don't know if it's like I will never, because I think, sorry, I'm walking myself through a lot of these thoughts and I'm not finishing sentences, so just catch me if I do it. I'm digesting what I just witnessed and had kind of sort of forgotten some elements of it from July. That was something that Hank said in the very beginning, actually. So here's a weird, fun little timeline between Delilah and Hank. And I think we streamed, I think this is somewhere in one of Delilah's very early VODs. She met Hank for the very first time in Valentine, where he and another woman that was with him accused her of being the Delilah on Guarma that the woman that he was with, I think it was Hannah, her boyfriend was cheating on her with or something like that. And Delilah was like, you're mistaken. Like, I'm not who you think I am. And they were very, very aggressive with her in the beginning, like in that first encounter and meeting. And then he comes to the bar to apologize. So when Hank says in that first scene, this isn't the first time I've been here, and Delilah says, I remember, that's what they were referencing. The fact that he stood there because he knew Jim. I think he was friends with Jim, which is a whole other weird element of it. But like, Jim convinced him to come and apologize to Delilah in the bar. And so that was really the only meeting they had, really, right? That first one where he was aggressive, and then the second one where he apologized. And then they met again many months later. I want to say like a year later. They met again in the Valentine telegram office. And he looked like fucking shit, dude. He had like a shaved head. He had lost weight. He was unrecognizable. And they spoke for just a moment where it was just kind of like, oh, what happened to you? You know, that kind of thing, where they kind of just had a moment of real recognition where he was very honest with her, which I thought, and I wasn't recording that because I wasn't expecting it. And I do remember being like so bummed that I hadn't, because I was like, what a cool fucking scene that was. Real short, but the two of them just acknowledged like, oh, you're fucking going down a slide. Yeah. I feel like I walked into a play that's halfway started. That's good, bro. That's good. I mean, that's the thing with, like WildRP, it's a living server, right? So there's always something going. There's something going on right now. We're about to log in, but like, there's shit happening all the time. And it's hard to know what context matters, or what scenes will become super important. So it's interesting, which is why we have the meta channel. It's to allow you guys to be like, wait, what's the shit going on here? And somebody can be like, well, actually, there's this, and here's connected, and here are the scenes. And in fact, I want to do that. Zams, is it okay? Do you mind linking the scene with, I don't want to watch it, but link the scene with Lily. So if you guys want to see what Hank and Lily talked about while Delilah was dealing with meds, he has that available. So he'll put that in the meta Discord, where somebody can grab it and put it in the meta Discord for you guys. Thank you. And then that way you guys can get context of what they talked about, because that was also just crazy situation. Normally, I think I wouldn't have. There were a couple of things watching that scene back that shocked the fuck out of me. One, that she touched him at all. Delilah does not touch people ever. And so I think like, she didn't help him when he was walking along the boardwalk or whatever. And, she's like, do you need a hand? I wasn't going to help you anyway. She just lets him struggle, right? I think obviously like she touched him when she yanked him off of his dying brother and she dragged him through the woods. And then I think maybe, no, she doesn't touch him on the way up the mountain the first time. Like he slips and falls a couple times and she does not move to help him at all. And I made sure to slash me that, because she would not like try to help or do anything. She's just absolutely does not give a shit about any of that. But I found it interesting that she touched him after the whole ritual of him cutting his hand off, right? She was like, I'm doing all of this for whatever creature it lives in there that I saw, that I've seen festering. And the fact that she just like reached out and touched his burn on his burn scar on his head blew my mind. I was like, holy shit. And then he's like struggling to sit up and she's helping him. And I'm just like, holy shit. Like, pure after the baptism. Yeah. It's the only thing I could think of. Like, she's just like, here is this pure creature, I guess, that has been born of their own, pain and suffering. And, now they need help. Now that they're a fawn that needs help standing and stuff like that. That was crazy. Yeah. And also the statement where she was like, that's what it felt like for me too. I gasped. I was like, oh, what? She doesn't talk about that part of her past ever. So for her to even infer, like, that I feel that way, I have felt that way at one point in time, is crazy to me. And even to just admit, like, I have experienced pain and everything I lost was from my own hand was just nuts to me. And so I found myself thinking, like, what was it about Hank that made her interested to the point of vulnerability? And I actually think it's just the perfect storm of events. Because if you look at the people that she's interested in, right? We have Ogun, who is just like the most perfect murder child, who came back home, the prodigal son of, like, telling a story about how he hunted down Edgar, right? And they fought, and he doesn't know what happened to Edgar. And hunting people down in the jungle, right? So we have that individual that she's interested in. We've got Rabbit, obviously. We know the deal with Rabbit and the deal with Rabbit, the situation with Rabbit. Maynard, obviously, which was unexpected because he's not like a killer like she is, right? And it seems to me like he doesn't enjoy that act. I think he enjoys the act of defiance and rule breaking, but not necessarily would revel in killing at all. And then who else do we have? Edgar, obviously, right? But if you look at all of these other people, even Rabbit, right? She's so watching from a distance almost, in a way, right? The way that I played her for all of those encounters was very much like, oh, I'm going to watch what happens to you. I'm not necessarily going to step in and get involved. But then I'm wondering if the perfect storm is losing Rabbit, right? Losing Rabbit has already happened. And I think 10 hours would not be enough. It's that deep. Yeah. Like, we have more than 10 hours of just some Delilah recaps, bro. Add a 0 or 2 at the end. Yeah, seriously. Maple, hi! I miss you. Yeah, so I think it's just this. I really do think it's a perfect storm of events of, like, losing Rabbit to this thing. And Delilah really does see it as a loss, because Delilah is like, oh, I loved, and I think I can use that word because she did. Rabbit is gone, sort of. So Rabbit, and this, again, you might want to head to the meta Discord to talk to people, because I can only give you my perspective, which is from the perspective of a fucking psychopath. But the hold on, people are only listening to this fucking thing. Sorry for those listening. What I mean is, I'm not saying I'm a psychopath. I'm playing a psychopathic character. So when I say from my perspective, I mean from the limited perspective I have through the eyes of a psychopath. Just to make that clear. So here's what happened. So Rabbit, oh boy. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. So someone can link in the Discord the final scene between Rabbit and Delilah, where basically Rabbit comes to Delilah and is like, make me a liar, because I don't like lying and I'm not very good at it. And also, can you help me withstand torture? And Delilah's like, I don't like to torture people, but sure, I will help you if you like. And I just think that's actually an incredibly interesting thing about Delilah that I'm realizing right now. I don't think she has ever turned anyone away who genuinely like asked her for help. Even if it was like, you know, like she helped Mishka. Like she helped LJ. She even helped Hank here. I wonder why that's a fundamental part of her character. She doesn't seem like on the surface like somebody who would do that. Helped. In her mind, it's helping. You know, they have asked for help and she will be like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Are you sure? And they're like, yeah, obviously. It's from a fucked up, warped perspective. Such a nice person. Lol. It's the same thing as, you know, like Hannibal Lecter with Will Graham, right? Like he was like, I genuinely think I'm helping you, but he was doing crazy shit, right? So anyway, Rabbit comes to Delilah and asks for help, and Delilah says, okay, I will help you. And I felt so badly about this at the time when I was doing it. I started walking Rabbit to a cave, and they're horribly afraid of the dark and caves specifically because they were tortured in one. So I'm like walking in that direction and talking to Rabbit and let Rabbit talk. And then eventually we get to this cave and Rabbit's like, what are we doing here? And I was like, whoops, sorry to spring this on you, but we're doing it right now. I'm going to help you right now. Get in the cave. And so just chatting. Yeah. And so there was a little bit of a moment where, you know, Delilah tried to help in her own way, which I actually think that was one of the most revealing scenes for me to do as Delilah. And I wouldn't normally get to do that because the thought process is she says, I don't like to torture people. Then how does she know how to help? How does she know how to help Rabbit in that moment? Right. It's this whole idea of like, here, sit down. And when they start doing this to you, this is what you need to focus on. You need to focus on smell, and you need to find a smell that is similar enough and follow that smell into a memory and stay in that memory where you are nice and happy. And then it shows up again here with Hank, right? Where she's like, just close your eyes and lean back, and this will be the only way you get to see this person again, right? Imagine for a psychopath, the easiest way to push someone's limits is when that person feels like they signed up for what is happening. 100%. 100%. Yeah. So anyway, there is that scene in the cave where there was some, you know, torture. I'm like, there was a little bit of torture. there was some torture. You know, like cutting Rabbit open while trying to like, you know, talk to them about, you know, stuff. Anyway, so they did that, and that was like the last thing that Delilah and Rabbit had this, you know, encounter in this cave, right? And I think at the very end of the scene, one of the last things that I got to say was, my name isn't Delilah, which was so cool. Antisocial behavior, narcissism, got that. Superficial charm, got that. Impulsivity. We do have some impulsivity. Callous, unemotional traits, lack of guilt, lack of empathy, lack of fear. Yep. Yeah. I think we do all of that fairly well. Obviously, people are more nuanced than you know, traits like, you know, a list of traits. But I suppose it's the only way she gets to explore her fascinations while not having to wonder if what she's doing okay by demanding consent. She doesn't care if what she's doing is okay. She has no concept of okay or not okay. If she wants to do it, she'll do it. Which is narcissism, right? She's just like, well, that's fine, and the lack of guilt and the lack of empathy. So I think I don't necessarily, as somebody who is incredibly empathetic, I think I find it hard sometimes to play Delilah in a way where she's completely devoid of empathy. So I play it more as like a childlike curiosity of that empathy, right? Where it's like, yes, I can understand the concept of what you're telling me, that you don't want me to read through your journal, Herbie, but I don't care if you read through my journal. I don't have one, but if I did, I don't think I would give a shit if you read it. And then he was trying to explain to her, you know, like, well, most people don't feel that way, and here's why, you know. So I find it, and she does care about things, right? She is developing friendships and relationships. So anyway, so the last encounter Delilah had with Rabbit was that cave. And then we heard from people that they had been kidnapped by the cult that they were trying to infiltrate, and that they had been tortured for like 12 days or something like that. The real number, I think, was 16. But my thought as Delilah in that moment when we found out that information was literally like, oh, I hope it was what they wanted. Like it was a fucking party or something. Like, I hope it was what they wanted, because that's what they were trying to do, and they succeeded. I hope it was everything that they wanted. But it wasn't until much, much later that we heard that Rabbit told Delilah that he was going to start using the name Sam. But the last conversation that they had was like, it was a mask that Rabbit was going to put on. And over time, Delilah ended up hearing more and more things that made it sound like it's not a mask, that they have lost themselves into this identity. And Delilah doesn't believe in any of that. So Delilah's like main thing is be who you are. And if you like killing, then you like killing, and you don't need to fucking hide it, you know? But anyway, the most recent conversation that Delilah and Rabbit had, well, Shepherd, calling him Shepherd now. The most recent conversation, Delilah went, you didn't need a mask. You didn't need this to do the killing that you wanted to do. You did this to protect your legacy, to protect the name of Rabbit Windward, and be honest about it, you prideful shit. And Rabbit was like, yeah, you're right. Shepherd was like, yeah, need family counseling. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So but it's just, that's Delilah's like limit, man. You did all of that just to, you know, you're doing that to protect your legacy because you care about that kind of thing. Did Rabbit go with they, them, and then Sam, he, him? Yeah, I can't remember when the switch happened, but I know at some point it was like, I think Rabbit was even being called he, him towards the, before that switch there, but it was only with close family. Anyway, so if you guys want to see the most insane fucking scene, we showed it a couple of Meta Mondays ago where it was Shepherd, Delilah, and another former sheriff, Gwen, who played by Leah, who walks into the bar, and there is tension like crazy, dude, between everyone, between all of them, but also particularly between Delilah and Shepherd. Like they sort of in their own way stab at each other with words, and it was incredible. It was incredible. Flick is so good. I was late to work watching that scene, and it was awesome. Yeah, it was nuts. I'll put a link to it in the Discord later. But so to answer your question, Shepherd has come back from this war with this cult, changed. And they actually had an incredible, this is why you role play with other people who've gone through therapy. They had an incredibly healthy conversation. We've just been able to play two weird psychopaths in a very healthy way, I feel like. We've chosen not to play with super crazy jealousy involved and stuff like that. Like Delilah's very possessive, but not in a way. Like there came a moment where I was like, I don't want to play that character that is going to hunt down any other character that Rabbit shows any interest in, or I don't want to play that character. So I just flat up told Flick, like, I was like, I'm not interested in that kind of RP. So, I'm not going to lean into that. But I am absolutely an obsessive possessive fuck because I'm playing a psychopath. So I'm going to I will never leave the scene. And this is something I would do, guys. It would be 3 a.m. and my eyes are bleeding. And I was like, if Rabbit is staying around, I will not leave. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving the scene unless Rabbit goes to bed. I will not willingly walk away from a scene with Rabbit. But yeah, so weird shit like that I would, that I would do. But anyways, they had a really healthy conversation where it was like, where Shepard just said to Delilah, like, I never asked you any of the questions about who you were because I was afraid of the answers. I was afraid that if I asked you things, I wouldn't like it. And I think Delilah opens the conversation with that. I think she says, like, yeah, I think it, this idea of us running away together and killing people together. She didn't say it like that because it's Delilah, but she essentially says, like, us running away and killing people together would have worked for a little while, but then eventually you would have seen that I only fit your archetype of a kill because it's of happenstance. But once you realized why I do what I do, you wouldn't like me anymore. That I like it. You know what I mean? So it's like, I just so happen to, my kill type happens to be something you find morally acceptable. But I'm not doing it for some sort of justice or to cleanse the world of evil. I'm doing it because they can fight me back. Like it's like that's a level, once you realize the delight I take in that, there's no way that relationship is going to last. You're here fighting fucking crime and you're fighting evil. And I'm here like, no way. No way. So yeah, the conversation was basically like, I don't think you would have liked me once you realized that. And then Rabbit was like, I already knew that. And that's why I never asked you. I never asked you any of these questions about yourself. I didn't want to know the answers. So again, yeah, it was like a really healthy conversation about it all. And they're more honest with each other now than they ever were before. Which is great. It's very cool. And it's a fun dynamic. And while it breaks my heart that they're not really necessarily in the obsessed lovey-dovey man with a harmonica song anymore, which I haven't been able to use. But also at the same time, like, it's interesting. It makes for a really good story. And they might actually kill each other one day now. Like they're in a position where they could potentially do this dance for a while, and then Delilah can act up to be that person that Rabbit wants to hunt down. Except, guys, can I tell you about the weirdest fucking scene? And I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to show it or anything. Maybe I did. Were we streaming when I had the cannibal conversation? Were we streaming when I was talking to Maynard about, like, have you ever eaten a person as Delilah? I don't think we were. We might have been. It might have been that long day where we hunted for a very long time. Huh? What? Here, let me explain, okay? Let me explain. Delilah's never eaten a person, never been interested in eating a person, never been interested in cannibalism, but in the scene with Shepard, right before Gwen walks in, Shepard reveals their kill type to Delilah, which is cannibals. They like to hunt down cannibals. And so then later, like 2 days later, I'm like, so do I, what's it like to be a cannibal? Have you ever been interested in cannibalism? I'm not sure I like cannibalism, but I'm considering it if it means that Rabbit will hunt me down and kill me. But it's not really for her. It doesn't really fit her. It's not her kill type at all. She doesn't like those kinds of trophies. That kind of stuff is not for her. But I loved thinking about it for a minute. Very normal conversation for her, for sure. So anyway, Rabbit has been forever changed, or potentially, and I think this is actually the truth of the matter. I think Shepard has always been there, and that Rabbit was actually the mask. And Delilah is upset that she didn't get to be there for that transformation and that reveal. And she's jealous. I think in the conversation that I had with Shepard, I did say something like, I'm upset I wasn't the one. Like I went to bed and I was thinking about all the things they were doing to you, and I was upset that it wasn't me, which is such a fucked up thing to say, but it's like, you know, that kind of thing. And like, now here you are transformed before me, which is excellent, but also, you know, I don't know. I think there was just a weird, Rabbit was the rules that they imposed on himself. Yeah, I think so. But see, I do think there's a fundamental part of Rabbit is such a cool character to explore identity with. Because I think that Rabbit is still a fundamental part of who Shepard is. It's just they've been changed. It's just such a weird thought experiment to go like, oh, is Shepard the true version? It's impossible to say because they have been also traumatized, right? They've also been changed and morphed. So yeah, it feels like it'd be too easy to lure him with cannibalism for it to actually be fun for her. I mean, no, she wouldn't. So the way Delilah's mind works is if she enjoyed the cannibalism, then she would be the perfect match for Shepard. But if she doesn't, she's not going to do it just to get like she wants the perfect match. She wants the perfect mate in that regard, you know? So, and I actually think, and I've thought a lot about this because you sort of do this when you're creating a character, right? Is you think of the motive that they want, but then you take a step back and you go, yeah, but what do they actually want that they're not aware that they want? Because that makes it more fun to play, for me anyway. So like, what does Delilah see? And then what would a therapist see looking at Delilah, right? And Delilah's like, oh, I want to hunt down an apex predator and kill an apex predator, or have that apex predator kill me. That's what I want. That's all I want. No, it's not. She wants connection. She wants to be seen and accepted and loved, which is what everyone really secretly ultimately wants, to be accepted for who she is, which she never was. So yeah, I think, you know, so I think it would be a horrible situation if she ever got to the point of like, oh yeah, I'm going to hunt down Rabbit and kill Rabbit. I think it would not go well. It's not, you know, it would be a horrible realization of like, oh, I didn't actually want this. Now my friend is dead, you know? Which is fun to play, but yeah, crazy shit. Anyway, so that's what happened with Rabbit and Delilah. And this all started because we were thinking about the types of people that she's kind of gravitated towards and been interested in before, is usually, you know, somebody who is aware of what they do. You know, like I'm a killer. But also I know why, and I'm okay with that. Like I accept who I am, and I'm kind of, you know, like Rufus. I am the fucking wind. I'm, you know, that idea of somebody who's just, and Maynard does this as well, where he's like, I just do what I fucking want because I want to do it. And that kind of intrigues her because it, you know, it just stems back to this idea of like, oh, are you, you know, that mold that you're supposed to fit in that Delilah never technically fit into, not technically. She didn't fit into that mold of what was normal. And so she's more interested in people who are outside that mold also and don't care, because she's secretly looking for friends, for connection, for family. She's just looking in a really fucked up place because that's the only place where she would know how to look anyway. But I think it's the stuff with, you know, her losing Rabbit. And even if it's better this way with Shepard and they can finally be honest, you know, about who they are, and she can, you know, like Shepard's going to actually ask Delilah questions, and Delilah will actually get to have an honest relationship with this person, which wasn't possible before. But I think that storm of events is why she actually like helped Hank in the way that she did. Because normally she doesn't. Normally she doesn't touch anyone. Normally she, you know, like she'll help people if they ask for help. But, you know, I had no intention of helping Hank when I left that fucking bar. But then I ran into a medic, a doctor. And then I went, okay, sure. I'll bring you a doctor. Clearly the island wants me to bring you a doctor, so I'll bring you a doctor. But yeah, it's like, I think some of that stems from the trial happened right around the time where Delilah learned about Sam and interpreted it as a loss of Rabbit, and they had a conversation where they basically kind of broke up. Two psychopathic murderers in love break up. Yep. So they kind of had a breakup conversation, and everything Delilah did during that trial was colored a little bit by this upsetness that she was feeling about this loss of Rabbit. Like, did I do this? Like, that was a whole other layer. Did I, and I'm using the terms that I use when I'm thinking with Delilah because it helps me get into her brain space. But like, did I break my toy? Did I break my favorite toy that I was like gonna play with? You know, it's like this. Did I do this without realizing that this is what would happen? And am I responsible for this? And the answer is obviously no. You know, you're not responsible for everything that happens. But, you know, like, as far as Delilah's concerned, I helped them in this cave, and I stood back and I let them go do what they said they were going to do. I didn't tell anyone because that's what they're an adult. They told me they wanted to go and do this thing, and Delilah went, okay, have fun, you know? But like, did that play a direct result in changing of Rabbit? And it is for the better, but I don't know if Delilah sees it that way, because I think Rabbit is the first person that Delilah like loved ever. You know, of just like, oh wow, this is a person that is very much like me, and I am very happy to have found this person. Whereas, you know, I think that potential existed in, I think with like Edgar and Delilah, it was very much like, oh, I see you're a fucking monster. You will betray anyone in your group if you felt like it, right? I see you. They might not, but I do. And it was kind of like the beginnings of the playmate thing, right? And then Rabbit comes in with this just very frank understanding of themselves of like, yeah, I'm a monster. I willingly wear this badge because it just makes it easier for me to get away with what I like doing. What? Delilah's like, oh, okay. You know the rules. You're playing by the rules, but only because it's convenient for you. Whoa. And so, yeah, that, you know, there's a lot happened there, but I think like, you know, even with Edgar, she was like, tell me, ask me for help and I'll help you. Which, guys, I've watched Hannibal all the way through for the first time a couple weeks ago. And when I tell you, I almost vomited from like, I don't know what it was, but it was like, it was absolute disgust is what it was. Hannibal says that to one of the characters. He's like, I will help you, but you have to ask. Which is what Delilah says to Edgar. And I was like, this is a psychopath thing. This is the narcissism. This is the ego, right? Where they're like, I can help you and I will help you, but you got to ask me for it. Like, anyway, I was like, oh no. Ugh. Oh, anyway, I was talking about Hank. Yes. Okay. And then we're going to log in because we got to log in. But, I think like that day of the trial when I was like, you know, like I pulled Hank off of his brother because I was just like, truthfully, this is what it felt like in Delilah's brain for that whole thing. Is the trial was a bunch of people defending Hank and being like, he's a good man, blah, blah, blah. And Delilah's like, no, he's not. And Delilah was curious if he would lie throughout the trial to save his own life. And if he would be like, yeah, I regret killing him. I'm so sorry. I never wanted to do that. But he didn't, as far as memory serves. He was very honest. He was like, no, I don't regret it. And I'd do it again. It really felt like, from Delilah's perspective, there was a man standing trial that was like, hey, guys, I'm a fucking asshole. I'm a monster. I blew this guy up with dynamite and I didn't think twice and I would do it again. You know, and then everyone else around him was like, no. You're not that bad. You know? we'll just overlook the bad we'll just overlook the bad stuff that you do, but you're a really good guy. And Delilah was just like, this is fucking ridiculous. But Hank himself was very much like, and I think he said something to Delilah along those lines of like, I have always been open with who I am, but no one will accept that. Right? Nothing wrong with a little nitro. Yeah. I don't think he's a good guy. He's not a good guy, dude. He blew somebody up with fucking dynamite. None of these people are good. And I'm using air quotes for those listening. Good. So I think like him just being like, oh, I keep saying the way that I am and no one believes me. But I'd have to go back and watch the trial. But there's a moment where Hank asks for help, where he's basically like, I don't want to be this guy anymore. Like, I don't want to carry this guilt. I don't want to do any of this stuff. And that's why I think Delilah goes and grabs him off of his brother. Because I remember thinking at the time, like, man, you're so close. You're so close to just letting all this shit go and being the person that is in there and not carrying the guilt for who you are. You're so close. And I'll help you. So her ripping him off of his brother while his brother was dying so that he couldn't see his brother die and not telling him that his brother was dying was 100% so that he could make it through the trial and not be distracted, so that he could go through his transformation that he so badly said he wanted. Or at least in Delilah's mind, she thought that that's what he was asking for. Now, whether he did or not, 90% of the people that came to that trial are 100% bad people. Oh, yeah. I felt so bad watching Del drag him away. So did I, because no one knew the motherfucker was going to perma. We should always assume that will be the case. But, he was like, and Zambi is like fucking screaming too. He's just like, no, brother, I'll come back. And I was like, oh God. Like, I'm just gonna fucking drag you away. And boy, when I told you, the way my fucking heart dropped down through my asshole when I heard he fucking died, I was like, oh no. Oh no. What have I done? But it was okay. It was okay. Also, just so everyone knows, you can't drag someone without the other player going, yes, I want to be dragged. It's like a mechanic thing, which is pretty damn cool. So, so even the fact that Delilah got to be this scary creature, this creature of a person that dragged him away is only because Zam's trust fell with me and was like, yeah, I accept whatever it is that she wants to do to me. So again, Delilah's one of those characters where she's only as scary or weird or as creepy as everyone else on the server lets her be, to an extent anyway. And his screaming and shouting was fucking incredible. Yeah, it was pretty intense. The absolute cinema of that chapel shootout, the whole thing was really, really good. So I will upload that bit up to YouTube as well, probably in a week or two. I know that we've shown it before, twice, I think, but I don't know if it's highlighted anywhere. So I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, watching that scene back, I was like, oh my God. So first of all, her, yanking him off of his brother, in her brain, she was like, you're so fucking close. To being this person that you want so desperately to be, that you claim you want to be. So I'll help you. And I'm going to, drag you up the mountain for this trial. And yeah, I'm going to, you have a machete and you have no way to defend yourself. Yes, you do. You'll be fine. You'll either make it or you won't. 50-50. But if you make it, it's because you want it and it'll transform you. Right. And that kind of whole mentality. And also, you guys, he could have left. He came down the mountain, talked to Delilah, and went, send me a doctor. I'm going back up because I ain't done yet. What? He could have walked off, and he didn't. And that was another thing that was very interesting for her. Was like, oh, maybe he does mean what he's saying about wanting to change and wanting to leave it all behind. you know, because he came down to the bar, asked for help essentially, and then fucked off back up the mountain. And so in Delilah's brain, she was like, well, he'll either survive or he won't, but he doesn't get a doctor, right? And then I walk down there and there's a fucking doctor. So I was like, okay, well, I guess he gets a doctor. And the same thing with the medicine, dude. The fact that I was like, no, he doesn't get anything unless it's from the island. That was a whole other thing too. Like, I don't have her get super witchy like that very often. So that was cool to watch back and see that she, you know, I know it's weird to say that like helping a man cut his own hand off and throw it in a fire is helping, but in her brain, that was her actually trying and giving a shit. Her being like, no, it should only be stuff from the island. No, you don't get pain meds, is not because she enjoys watching him in pain, but because she assumes it's transformative, right? She's like, you can't be drugged through the transformation process. You can't come out of your cocoon and be like, where, you know, fucking John Travolta, where am I? Like, okay, what's that gonna do? You'll just forever be Hank. Yeah. I remember you saying that a while ago, and it is so true. You're only as scary as your fellow RPers make you up to be. Yeah, especially a character like Delilah, who, you know, is rarely violent. I use knives, right? You know, like, they can shoot me from afar. Like, it's a mechanical nightmare, you know? Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. So this whole time, I've been like, yo, guys, in the best way Delilah can, something doesn't add up here with what is going on. And everyone's like, and kind of not ignoring her opinion on it. And to be fair, she's not like, yo, bitches, we cut off his hand and he liked it and we're friends. She hasn't been like, hey, super, you know, like, okay. But she has said it doesn't make sense what he's doing. Either that or he wants to die. But she did believe at first. She was like, oh, okay. And because she says that to Maynard, right? Sometimes people never get to the finish line of this transformation process. So at first I just assumed, oh, he woke up from his sepsis drug stupor and was like, I didn't want to cut my hand off. Fuck this. Blah, blah, blah. And I held space for like, oh, maybe that's what's happening here. But the more I heard about everything, the more I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And then last night I hear about him trying to take Rose's head off with Julius's machete, the same machete that was used on his hand. No way, dude. No way is he doing this because he doesn't like the fucking island. There's no way. There's no way. Something doesn't make sense. And like, I brought it up to Maynard last night too, where I had said like, you know, he tried to cut her head off with a machete, with Julius's machete. He tried to cut off the head of Julius's, like, Julius loves this person. I don't think they're lovers, but like, that's the only word that comes to mind. They have a deep love for each other. You know, so he's trying to cut the head off of, you know, Ro, who Julius loves with all his heart. And he's using Julius's own fucking machete to do it. And Maynard was like, well, that's poetry. And I think I said something like, that's the only poetry I want. Like, that's the fucked up poetry that I like. So yeah, I don't know, man. I play scary cultist lady in a tabletop RPG and it's such a trust fall. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's log in. Okay. Tangential question. If one were to quantify the time between the latest Omens vid and the current point of Delilah's story, how many episodes would there be? Oh, God. Okay, bye. Thank you, Zambi. Please, everyone go follow Zambi, who plays Hank. It's been cool hearing about the overall situation with a character loosely attached to this. Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts about being like, well, for me, it was Iggy being dead, was that I got to just digest the whole Devil in the Swamp arc and, you know, see what was happening. However, I do kind of have to take a step back from it now. because people would just keep roping Alder into it, which is fine now because Iggy's dead, but Ray is also dead. So I think I can investigate the book and stuff like that. That's been coming up that people have been bringing. So Byron, I have on YouTube, in my head, there are 3 arcs for Delilah that are kind of sort of available a little bit. The first one is not really available, but it happened and we reference it a lot. And that is the like Blue Pearl arc, the Saint Denis arc, when she was moving around, when she got picked up by Gavin Summers, and when she knew Rufus and Hawk and all of these people that come into play in the second arc, which I consider to be the Edgar arc. And that is on YouTube. The whole thing in parts. And then this one, I think, starts with Hank's trial, this arc. So I'm working on compiling all of that and then uploading those highlighted scenes to YouTube as well. But if you go to the YouTube channel, there is a bunch of Delilah stuff, and it's just the scenes back to back there. I think I might be a little bit behind on the Edgar stuff. But yeah. Okay. Woo-doo-doo-doo. Donka, yeah. All right, let's log in. I don't know how long we'll be on Dell before we switch. But we'll see. Also, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Devil Arc Part 2. Oh God, I know, Newt. I know. So here's the thing. I think we were live, right? When Al was like, hey, I've got this book and I want you to read it. And I was like, oh, please don't let me lose Alder this way. I can't lose 2 characters to this fucking book. But I also refuse to let the book not be important. All right. We move over here. Back to the starting soon screen. Oh, I think I've got this. This works. Okay. We're logging in. If you guys need to stretch, now would be the time. Where did you go? Hold on. I lost the chat. Chat, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Okay. I wonder what Alder could give to the devil given the limited amount of memories. I know, right? I don't even think Alder... Oh, that's such an interesting thought, too. Because I almost just said, I don't think Alder would give anything to make a deal with the devil. You know? She's too superstitious, but I think she absolutely would make a deal with the devil. Give me my memory back. Okay. But but also she's too superstitious, I think, to do that. Okay, y'all, you ready? I apologize in advance for how weird this character is. We'll do 65 speed for Sav. Ugh, that default fucking one smoke that I would never do. Oh. Oh no. Well, we're not Alder. However, Delilah is incredibly superstitious, by the way. The difference is Delilah will follow like an owl or a fox or whatever, you know? She's like, oh yeah, that's an omen, and we're gonna follow it. Like I had a moment last night where I was with Herbie and Herbie was talking. We were riding on a horse and we were leaving Annisburg. And I had a moment where I heard an owl, which is a pretty important creature for her. So I was like, oh, stop. We're gonna sit on top of this cliffside and wait here, because that's what that means. You know, an owl wants to show me something, right? And I waited, and then I went, okay, I guess we waited long enough. Let's move on. And then when we decided to move on, 2 people rode by on a horse, and I was like, if that's Hank, I'll fucking lose my shit. Because if I had waited, if I was by myself, I would have sat on that hill and waited until whatever it was that I needed to see showed itself. But because I was with Herbie and I was like, oh, he's going to get bored. I was like, all right, we can go now. Interesting. Sorry, Sav, I gotta walk a little bit faster at the moment. I know you guys can't see anything yet. I'm meta-guarding. Please hold. It's nothing. What's in the box? It's nothing too crazy, to be honest with you. It's mostly her telegram number. Who are you? Who is that? Peeking in through the window. Y'all see that? I did. There they go. Uh-huh. Interesting. I see the map in a whole new eyes when I'm on her. Like, I look at every crate, barrel, NPC. It's really fun. More attentive than Alder? It's just in a different way. So also Alder has a bum left eye, so I will sometimes if I see things on the left side, if I can remember, I'm like, oh, I didn't see it. Just because that's fun. Alright. Now, the weirdest thing about this is... Oops, I picked not the south side. Well, I tried. I tried to summon my horse because I would have had my horse over here. Which is the only time I'll call the horse. But that's weird. For some reason, the horse is not appearing. Like I had a horse yesterday and I stayed overnight at the Bastille. So I was like, okay, I'll just call it over here. And pretend like it was hitched somewhere. Because obviously when you log out, the horse disappears. So no, I don't think I do think she's more attentive than Alder. I think Alder pays attention to stuff, but she doesn't pay attention to stuff like a psychopath does. And also sometimes it's fun to just be not so observant on Alder. Okay, I have to walk to the stables then. To get a horse. To get my horse. It's a busy night tonight. Am I crazy? There's a bunch of people around. Huh. Well, it's not that they were horse thieving, right? Because I only just logged on. But what is happening?
Monkey.
Oh, never mind. We're going somewhere else. Hello, Pigeon. How are you? Yes. Back from when Delilah didn't own a horse, stealing horses. That's correct. I don't know if I know where this is. I mean, I do. Delilah worked here in town. For a long time, so This, by the way, is one of my favorite alleyways. Down in here. She's not wanted, right? Not that I know of.
Hello, ma'am.
Them again. Okay. Hello, table story. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm just in the middle of something. Whoop. Is that him? Shh. Welcome in. How was the show? Oh, there. You hear it? You heard it, right? They went in now. Jules. Do you have news?
Nothing as of yet. Reached out to a couple folks trying to get more information on Copper, whoever the hell this other woman may be, but nothing to report since last time we talked.
I heard
How
from
about yourself?
Ro last night,
Okay.
but I have yet to meet her. I don't know if she's around now, but
I have not heard from her if she is.
I was on my way to meet Herbie when I got your telegram, so I told him to divert himself into this direction.
Okay. You got any particular plans for tonight?
Are you about to make an offer?
Well, could always stake out the Pearl. There is a place that me and a couple others have been using that is tucked away enough, high enough, not terribly likely for folk to spot us, but has a good view of the front doors.
All right. If we see your man, do you want us to pick him up?
Well, I think so. The opportunity arises, even if my people ain't around.
All right. Then we best telegram Ro.
Yes, I think it's a good idea.
Do you remember the porch where we met last winter? With JJ.
With Scrump as well? You talking out in the swamps or you talking somewhere else?
I was talking in town. It's okay if you don't. I can take you there, but the problem is I don't know if Ro knows how to get there.
Trying to remember. Maybe not.
I just don't like the idea of meeting in here.
No, we want somewhere a little more discreet if we can. I don't want anywhere too close to the Pearl, just in case. Don't need a repeat where he runs into her on her lonesome either.
Then let's just meet in the swamp. Where we
Okay.
have before.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'll wait here a little while for Herbie. But you go telegram Ro and I'll meet you.
Okay, sounds good.
We are live, KJ. How did he get behind you? Because I walked through the door and let him walked in first. Like he walked in and he waited at the door. He was on our right. So we walked in past him. Also, I apologize in advance, but I have to keep the game volume cranked pretty high when I play Delilah because she's got, you know, predator ears and eyeballs. Okay, horse coming down this street. 2. So what a fucking cool shop this is. I'm never here at night. I've never seen the inside of that pawn shop at night. How cool is that? Ah. Ooh, what's that sound? Okay, I have to pee so badly. I should have done this beforehand. I apologize. I'll be right back. Don't let me get murdered. Okay. I didn't remember Dova. It just did it for me. But hi, Cakeless. How are you? Did I miss anything, you guys? Ooh. Uh-huh. A lot of what we do here on Delilah is stalk and lurk in corners and wait and watch people walk by. But it does seem like we're going to have some action tonight, you guys, potentially. Jules has just asked us to join him on a mini hunt here. The fuck was that? She said casually, yeah. How was the show? I'm sorry, I didn't say anything when the raid came in because I was making sure I wasn't getting jumped. Also, I need you all to know that my sister messaged me today, and she said, "Did you know that you are a random GIF in Fake Happy in Discord?" And then she sent me a screenshot. And it's of me from Ashes of Eriador. And I think we have you to thank for that, right? Deciduous? I think we got DP to thank for that. Because he went through and uploaded a whole bunch of GIFs to GIF Peanut Butters. When you were so careful about going in behind him and he still appeared behind you, I was floored. Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw him. We saw him. We passed him on purpose. Oh. Just checked. It's legit. I know, right? Isn't that crazy? Oh, I didn't see him. Yeah, he waited in the doorway for us and then let us go past. Like the gentleman that he is. Like the murder gentleman he is. I've seen a couple of random table story gifts. I know, it's so nice. Just like I said, Deciduous went through and uploaded a bunch of those for us. Very, very kind. Ooh, should we go up the stairs? I like our spot, to be honest, but boy, do we love a perch. The problem is, I think we're pretty visible up there. That's someone. My favorite thing also is I need Merg slapping the mic and leaving GIF. I have that. I can drop it in the Discord for you if you want to favorite it. I have also favorited that one. It's really good. I don't know what the, if that would be like, nope. Probably. It's so good, dude. It's either like, nope, I'm out. I don't know. It's a good one. The fun thing about stalking Herbie is that Trench always acts so scared whenever we show up. He's so giving in that way. He's like, don't sneak up on me, even though, you know, like it's a game. You can see pretty much behind you at any given moment. So we might get to scare Herbie here in a second. Although he might shoot us, you know. He might be so jumpy about getting grabbed. Oh. Is that our boy? All I want is for him to come out grumbling and yelling. She told me to meet me here and blah, 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 and that she's not here. Yeah, that's him, right? Yeah, that's him. Look at that cute outfit. Oh, he's got his gun out. Huh, there's somebody else here. You see that?
Where the hell were you?
Behind you. Behind a pillar.
Hello?
Behind you. Behind
Okay.
a pillar.
All right, well, you said it in the store, but great.
I did.
All right, very sneaky, yes, yes.
We're going back to the house.
Through the people's yard?
Not that one. The other one.
Oh, okay. Do you need a ride?
Yes.
Well, I marched all over the goddamn crossing today on this side. When I went to Valentine, a bunch of roads in here, just wandered around to see if anybody would follow me.
Is that why you look the way you do?
This is, I'm an ambassador. This is why I look like this.
You look nice.
Well, this is, you know, it's really, you've seen me wear this 1,000 times, but I appreciate you acknowledging that I look nice 1,000 times. I saw that Lily. Pink's daughter.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Is it true? He held a gun to her head?
I don't know. I'm not, my business. They had that bathhouse is in full swing again. Christine is there. All these other morons I haven't seen in a while. They just framed a French woman for murder. They tried to while I was there. They must have killed the guy with a machete of all things. And then they brought this lady outside, somehow got her to hold a machete, and a bunch of us are standing out there, and then somebody chucked this dead body of a blind guy off the roof, and then right in front of her, and then started screaming, "Oh my God, she killed him." And then she ran away. And the law came to ask questions, and he said, "Everybody line up. Nobody leaves without answering questions." And I left. I wasn't going to say anything either way. I don't want to get in trouble. If I'm going to get in trouble, it's not for lying for Christine. As good friends as we are. But it did put a little kink in my plan. Holy shit, it's dark. Who we meet, Julius?
Yes.
Yeah, I just saw. Remember, Poiley's girlfriend? You ever meet her?
Yes.
Hey, Sophia. Yeah, I just ran into her. I ran into her. Valentine, I ran into her again. She mentioned running into Hank like a month ago when he was looking for dynamite. I said, well, please let me know if you see him.
Hank was
again.
looking for dynamite a month ago?
Whenever he said he wanted to blow up the island, people's times are sometimes they're off. She said it was to blow up everything on Guarma. I said, yes, a very nice sheriff told me, and then retired. I can't see a goddamn thing. I might need glasses, but I'm never gonna wear them. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Probably should have changed if I'm coming in here.
Probably.
Yeah. This thing, I wear this on Guarma all the time. It's practically, soaked to the bone with sweat. But yeah, I was trying to tell Christine what the fuck was going on, because she would have blabbed, and I would have preferred that. She almost got me fucking killed one time while I was trying to help out stupid Wesley Shields. But nobody's here.
Yet. I'm sure they're on their way.
Okay. This is definitely Julius, huh?
Yes, I just met with him at the shop.
Should we wait outside?
Would you rather wait outside?
Yes, I don't know what the fuck's going on out there.
You seem more agitated than normal. Did something happen?
What do you mean? I'm over here still. Holy shit. Let me ask you something. Now, we had a bit of a conversation here last night, and when we left, do you think I need to be tested? By
Did
the
I say
island
that?
or anybody?
No.
Because Julius seemed to be like, well, everyone, we all get tested once in a while.
Do you think that's what this is?
I don't fucking care what it is. It doesn't matter to me what it is.
Would it matter
could be
to you
crazy.
if it was a test?
Would it what?
Would it matter to you if it was a test?
Yes.
Why?
Because who the fuck is he to test me? For the island? Who the fuck is he to speak for the island above me? Or any of us? Who is anybody to speak for the island above me?
The island is perfectly capable of choosing her speakers. Do you not
So
think
you're
the
saying
island
you-
is
do you think-
speaking through people?
What's that?
Do you not think the island is speaking through people?
I think if the island wanted to do something for the whole island, I think I would know.
You do.
I do.
And what does this feel like then to you?
This feels like a fucking nut job who doesn't know what to do because all his friends are dead. And he comes back here with his hand chopped off and his finger chopped off. And he's got nothing. Everybody I talked to, I went to Thieves Landing. I was like, yeah, we ignored the poster. Everyone's seen the poster. No one's doing anything.
He doesn't strike me as a man with nothing.
Yeah, if you count derangement something. Now, he may think he's doing it for one reason or the other, but that doesn't mean it's true.
And who decides that? You?
Yes. Who else to decide it?
The island?
How is the island going to decide it? Anyone could interpret what it's doing one way or the other. If the island wants me to jump off a cliff, the island wants me to go kill a bunch of sharks and then stab people with their teeth. Anyone can say any of this. It doesn't mean it's true.
So what upsets you is the idea that the island might feel the need to test you?
Now, what upsets me is that anyone thinks they have the right to speak for my fucking dedication to that island. I don't care who the fuck sends them, the mystical island bullshit or not. That's what bothers me. And this, oh, well, the island speaks in mysterious ways. That doesn't mean shit to me. Listen, strange things happen. La Madre does weird things. I've seen stuff that I believe things I haven't believed before. But there's fucking personal accountability for shit you do. None of this, oh, the island told me I have to go chop someone's head off. It's bullshit. We took a crazy, dangerous motherfucker who was alone at the bottom of the fucking barrel. I talked to his daughter. She said he was depressed. She almost shot him. He was just such a loser and weak and all this stuff. And then you chopped him up, you gave him reason to do stuff, and now he's doing it. Island Schmiling. This is the doing of everyone who was there.
Yes, you are correct.
And if I hear one fucking word, I'm testing you. They forget it.
And what if he's testing you for something else?
I don't care what he's testing me for. Who the fuck is he to test me? He's testing my fucking patience. Who is he to test anybody in the militia? Test Flo either.
I mean, I don't think he is personally testing anyone.
I don't want to hear the islands. You threw him with him in him. I don't fucking care. I march to that fucking shrine every day. And I spill my fucking guts to that statue. I tell that statue things I don't tell anybody else. Everything that I think and all the things I fucking hate. Because that's what I was taught to do when I got there. And things have been going well. And if that's not enough for the fucking island anymore, then I gotta go back and have a different conversation with it.
I certainly don't think anyone here questions your loyalty, all the things you've done for the island, all the things you sacrificed. I think everyone
maybe
here
the
has.
island does. Anyway, we can talk about whatever the fuck we need to talk about now.
Unless you have news, there is nothing terribly pressing. I have no new information. Though I did suggest it earlier that we could stake out the Pearl for a little bit. See if we spot anything interesting.
There's a lot of people in there before. It was packed. At least I can tell by the horses outside. And his daughter is out and about in Valentine. I saw her. Unfortunately, I saw Christine and about 9 other people who work at the bathhouse.
Okay. Adelaide?
I didn't see her, but they were framing the French lady for murder, so I left. They're very busy.
Okay.
But Boyd, remember Boyd Coit and Jug? They were there. I haven't seen those guys in forever.
Well, it's good to hear they're still alive.
I thought the same thing. Well, let's go. Let's go. Andy is on vacation, so.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, do you want to stake out?
I'm fine. I'm ready to go. I've been wandering around like this all day, waiting for someone to jump out of an alleyway. It hasn't happened.
I see. All right.
I've been all through town. I've been walking around this town till people think, what the fuck is this loser doing? He's done 7 laps around this block. And I walk out, nobody follows me. I go to Rhodes, I go to Valentine. I
And how
spoke to
long ago did you
Sophia.
say you were in the Pearl?
Oh, this was hours ago. I saw Sophia. I talked to her. She saw Hank about, she says a month ago, but it was probably more because she said he was talking about blowing up the island.
I see. Well, as you are dressed as yourself, quite noticeable, it may not be a bad idea for you to poke your head in the Pearl while we set up a little more remote. Scout out the area, see if there's anything worth monitoring. Come back, rejoin us. Up to you, though.
I'm fine. I'll go right in there. Also, I almost got killed by this lady named Alice, who's a bartender at Van Horn. She said she met you before. She was riding so fast through town, my horse folded like a piece of paper. It's fine, though. She gave me food.
Yes, I remember her. Butch was quite impressed by her pizza.
Great. If you just start seeing blood appear on my body, please let me know, because I hit the ground pretty hard. I think I'm okay.
Well, I'm glad you're all right.
Mm-hmm. All right. To the Poyo we go.
Do we need to wait for Ro?
She hasn't responded yet. I don't know that she's going to be around tonight.
All right.
Oh, he has a panther. Ooh, did this thing try to become your friend on the way here?
Yeah, I was waylaid by a friend and then waylaid by this cat.
Yeah. I was unfortunately delayed. Well, unfortunately, I was talking to Sophia, but it unfortunately resulted in my delay.
Oh. Are we crashing? Seemed like we were. We might be. Oh, this always freaks me out, dude, when it happens like this. Holy shit. We must be.
It looks like it needs a moment.
All right. All right, we both got hit. Okay. Whew. It's so scary when everything stops like that. Whoa. All right, my loves. We're going on a mini hunt with Jules. Don't ask me what he wants or what he's doing, because the answer is I don't know. But he asked us to come along, so we're gonna do it. Do you see how all the shit that I'm hearing about Hank is contradictory to the man that you just saw in that scene? You know, to me, it sounds like a man who has nothing but in the sense of like, I don't give a shit anymore. All the rest of this is noise. You know, he points a gun at his daughter Lily in the head to be like, fuck off, get out of my way. You know, like that to me, that is the same man that we met that on the mountaintop there. That to me is the one that sounds real. But this other rumor about him wanting to blow up the island, about him wanting to hunt everybody down one by one, that doesn't sound right. The man who tried to decapitate Ro with Julius's machete, that sounds like the man. So there's something weird going on. I just don't know what's going on. He did what to his daughter? Supposedly, Dovas. The horse whisperer. Did you meet him again? We didn't, but it is Wombax who plays that character. If you wanted to go peep a follow on his channel. So he supposedly put a gun to his daughter's head and told her to stop trying to stop him from doing what he wanted to do or what he needed to do. Supposedly. I don't know. It's interesting either way. How do you blow up an island with lots and lots of dynamite? Oh, the actual fucking fear I felt in that moment. Thought we were getting a jungle cat. It's the restart that did it. Whew.
I have to admit, that was a very interesting snake.
I'll steer.
Fine, just say something next time.
You gonna survive, Herbie?
I mean, a couple more falls today and I might not.
Oops. It's because we restarted. I had my fucking bullshit on. My murder button was on. Would you like me to join you in the Pearl?
You guys do whatever you like. I'm fine on my own. As long as somebody's in there to talk to, yeah, I'm good.
It might be interesting to see if Herbie's present alone tempts anyone.
Hmm. Well, in that case. Perhaps I should go with
Sorry, I didn't hear what you
Jules
said.
now. If that's the case, perhaps I should go with you now.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, feed the cat to the alligators.
I'm sure
Right.
they'll love the treat.
Oh, well, I won't see you in there, but I'll be there.
He was rather cranky.
That is what I said. I asked him if something happened, and you walked in the middle of his explanation.
He was not fond of my words yesterday then.
I think he finds it offensive, this notion that he hasn't done enough. That after everything, he still needs to be tested.
Yeah, I don't want to piss him off more, but I think he's got it a little backwards. I mean, I get where he's coming from, but it's not a test because he ain't done enough. It's a gift. Like you said, the test is a gift.
He also doesn't like the idea of the island using Hank as her voice. Who is he to test me?
Or is he her tool, I guess, is the question.
That's what I posited. He didn't seem to like that either.
I do believe that's Mishka's.
It most certainly is.
It is a bit exposed here, but people really don't tend to look up. Also gives a clear view of the door.
I can go to the other side if you'd like. An accident? Hmm. Is that Pearl? Talking to Mishka, it looks like it.
Indeed. Well, that's definitely her. Same look she had on yesterday. I just hate not being able to hear what they're saying. It's probably all inane bullshit, but it's curiosity, I guess, like knowing.
As fun as a perch is, sometimes it is better to be around the corner. I am inclined to agree. But you're right, it is a very good view of the street.
Don't know what the chances are of him coming here if Bumpy ain't around, but we'll see.
I am interested if Pearl recognizes him as Andy.
I guess we'll see how perceptive she is.
We think she is part of his gang, though. Bumpy.
Likely. Don't know for sure, but I know most of the folk been working behind that bar are part of his crew. This whole area they've staked their claim and they gotta protect it. Especially with the DiCenzos trying to bear down on anyone and everyone who does not kiss the ring.
Is that what people thought about me when I worked for you?
That you were a part of my crew.
I know what you and Pearlie thought.
You know, I was so off in my own little world, I'm not sure what most people thought. Humpy's been pretty open about being a criminal, robbing banks, that sort of thing, right? At the time when I was under the Pearl, I genuinely was keeping my nose clean, behaving.
I know.
Point being, I could see it going either way. Maybe they had some drawn out story about how I really was somehow still secretly running a crew. Maybe they didn't really care. Don't know.
Was the only warning Pearlie ever gave me. It's about the family. I think I said something like, I don't see why they would be interested, so I'm not too worried. And he said you should be. You're very noticeable.
The family's interested in anything, anyone in Saint Denis. I always found it interesting that Pearlie joined up with them.
Me too.
Of all people to take notice.
The family?
No, that fella from the other day,
I saw that.
Mr. Opium Den. Mm-hmm.
Looked right up. And didn't hide it either.
And didn't say anything.
Maybe he did and we didn't hear him.
True. May I confess something?
Of course.
It's strange that when I found out that you were not one of Gavin Summers' little birds, I was almost disappointed.
Why? Did you like the thought of me spying on you?
The entire year I ran that bar, that would have been one of the only truly interesting things that would have happened. Yeah, I guess I did.
Well, I was watching you. Just not for Gavin Summers. What did you like about him?
About Gavin?
Yes.
For all of his flaws and faults, he was a visionary in his own right. Remember, I had this idea that with my old gang leader back in New York, moron Hardman could run a gang, then surely I could. How hard could it be? So when I decided I was ready to start robbing again, that's exactly what I did. I'm gonna recruit people, reform my own crew. It was mere chance that brought Gavin and I together. Ill-fated card game and tumbleweed. He told me he wanted to show me something. Took me to a cave. Helped me commit our first crime together. And then we went to Van Horn. And he told me this beautiful story about this place he wanted to build. Free from the watchful eyes of the law, where people could simply be themselves. Whether they were murderers or petty thieves. Simple folk who just want to brew some moonshine. Bank robbers on the run, whoever they may be. Come to Van Horn. Be who they are, and be free. And I told him, I looked in his face and said, Gavin, I don't know the first goddamn thing about running a town. But sure, let's see how this goes. You know how many people have tried to replicate what Van Horn was, what it meant? One of my best friends died with the name Van Horn on his lips. It was more than a town, it was a symbol, a rallying cry, an identity. And that was thanks to Gavin, ultimately. He lost his way near the end, but so many things would have gone so differently had someone else been at the reins.
Do you think they will come and say hello?
Perhaps. They do seem curious. Curious enough to do something about it. We'll see.
I can't imagine Mishka didn't tell them exactly who we are. Do you miss him?
I don't think so. Sometimes feel a little nostalgic, but it's less for him as much as the way things were then, for better and for worse. I certainly don't miss the man he became. Shed no tears when I found out of his death.
Not even one.
The only time Gavin ever actually hurt me, far more than his death ever could, was what he did with Holly and Jack. That one stung.
Was that the horse story?
After one of mine died, OB, and I hold a funeral. After the funeral, we met up with Jack and his folk. Had a conversation. But at one point, Gavin says, Jack and I are gonna go talk, just the two of us, and they split off. Come to find out that Gavin was offering Jack a deal. Holly in exchange for leaving us alone.
And
We
you
didn't find
avenged
out.
Jack. Did he take the deal?
He never had the opportunity to.
Mm.
Later that night, Gavin was arrested. Things went to shit. Van Horn fell apart. Folks started dropping like flies real quick after that. Not only did Gavin never truly, actually appreciate Holly, the fact that he felt the need to do all that behind all of our backs, behind my back, was cowardly. He was happy to let folk fight for him, to die for him. The moment that he decided that he was done fighting, just to offer up one of our own.
And is that something that often turns fruit to ash in your mouth, Jules? You find it distasteful to suffer cowards?
For a while, I thought maybe that was it. I was mad that all that blood had been spilled. All those risks had been taken. Or what? For Gavin to decide that he was going to throw it in the garbage, that he was done with it. That he was going to buy Kelman off.
Hmm.
So I always thought of Gavin and I as equals. It became abundantly fucking clear that I was never more than another pawn on the chessboard to him.
Easy to my name, Patches.
Didn't even have the basic fucking decency to talk to me about it.
No, Patches. Motherfucker.
Most kings
aye.
don't see a reason to talk to pawns.
I said you seen a man named Patches.
If that's really how
He's
he
making
saw
giddy to
himself,
me.
it doesn't surprise
What are you
me.
saying? What are you fucking saying? Language he's speaking. He must be from Cork. Alright, you're of no use, you fucking thumb. Go find my brother.
We fought together, worked together, hunted together. I guess that wasn't enough for him.
Is it enough for you?
What do you mean?
Is it enough for you? Is that enough?
Mm-mm.
Do you not want anything more?
I do, but not in that way. Oh, Duke of Guarma thing is a stupid political game. The Jade King. Or off more as an insult I decided to take in stride. Never one to lord over people. Guess it's where Gavin and I differ.
That's how I found you, you know? Tales of the Jade King. That's why I came looking for you. I heard
Lord.
stories of a man who liked to sneak in and steal. Didn't want the fame, didn't want anyone knowing who he was. Didn't risk getting caught by sticking his neck out. I wanted to see if it was true. If you did what you wanted without pride getting in the way.
It's funny, most people take the opposite conclusion from those stories. Assume me to be terribly egotistical and to rob all those banks just to say I could. That was part of the point, creating a persona was larger than life, a symbol. Everyone's out looking for the Jade King, a man so full of himself. dressed flamboyantly. It's easy to hide in plain sight that way. But that's all gambling is in a lot of ways. Giving people something to pay attention to, something to look at. Sleight of hand. You know, my father used to always say that the greatest weapon you can have over any other human being is to know what exactly they want, what drives them, right? If you truly understand that, you can predict what they're going to do. I've always found it easier that people think that I'm some egotistical son of a bitch who just wants to rob all the banks in the crossing, get my name splashed across the headlines. You know, some folks still, to this day, say, oh, the Jade King, you robbed all those banks by yourself, right? Found it easier that way.
And what is it you really want?
Well, if I just told you, then the game would be done now, wouldn't it?
Far from it, I imagine. What does Ro think you want?
You know, she and I don't fight much. But I think that's always been a point of contention with her. She knows I am the kind of person to keep my cards very, very close to my chest. There have been times in the past where she knew I was hiding something, keeping something to myself. Maybe not lying outright, but certainly lying by omission. When I returned from Guarma, most recently, I decided for myself that I was going to make more of an effort to bridge that gap, as much as it sometimes goes against my nature. I think she's starting to see. Starting to understand.
Is that uncomfortable for you?
For a long time I was afraid that if she knew, if she understood more, I would drive her away. but I think it's actually had the opposite effect. A way of putting on a mask and then getting angry when that's all people see. Disappointed, I guess. She has grown so tremendously in the last year. It's like the flower finally blooming. Hank getting his hands on her was a misstep, but perhaps a necessary one. Just as my misstep with Wallaby was necessary.
Are you the type of man to appreciate the flower or to pick it?
Supposed to be making enemies this early on.
There are a small set of things that I hold very, very dear. I have no interest in plucking a flower. Not like that. Yeah, well, I have my own opinions, my own preferences. At the end of the day, I'll let it grow free. One of the first things I tell folk when they joined any of my crews at any point is that so many of these gangs, you're in and that's it. You decide you want to step away, you want something else for yourself, for your life, that's looked at as a betrayal. Now I get it. But for me, it's always been, you wake up one day and realize there's a different life for you, a different path for you, and that is what your heart desires. And that is where you go. I may influence Rose simply by the nature of our relationship, but I do not control her, nor do I aim to. I want to play a little game.
Aren't we already playing?
A specific game.
All right, I'll bite.
I'll tell you a story, and if you find this story pleasing, in exchange you answer a question. If you don't like the question or do not wish to answer it, perhaps you tell me something else in exchange.
All right. Let's hear it.
You are aware of Maynard's history with Slim, I take it.
Yes, I am. Intimately.
You know, so many people looked at Slim as some kind of dangerous monster. Perhaps it is strange to be friends with both the tortured and the torturer. But I always figured it wasn't ultimately my business. I like Maynard, and I like Slim, and that was that. There is only one person walking this earth that right now, at this moment, were they to stand in front of me, I would gut them without a moment's fucking hesitation. And not for Guarma, not for the island, not for anyone's safety, but for me. A while back, when I was working at this very bar down the street, Riley came to me, dressed all in white. Klaus was there with her. And she tells me that they're going on a little trip together. Renew their vows, celebrate their relationship. She said it seemed strange. He was being rather cagey about the whole thing, but she loved him. She trusted him. And I asked her if she was sure she wanted to go with him, and she said, yes, it's going to be fine. We'll be back before you know it. Hours later, I found her in a state I have never seen her in. Beside herself. Panicked. Sobbing. Terrified. See, as it turns out, there's something different about Riley, something I've never seen before. Something I never really understood until I saw it happen before my own eyes, which is that Riley was not just Riley. And Slim was not some nickname, some alias as I had long assumed it to be. Slim explained it to me as two different people sharing a body. And she had to take over to protect Riley. Because Klaus had not dressed them all in white and marched them out of the city for some nice little ceremony. Klaus knew of Slim, and originally it was a turn-on. A bonus. Something that he bragged about. And somewhere along the way, things changed. And he was scared of Slim. Convinced that she would kill him. So he decided to hire a fucking exorcist to torture Riley, to try to get rid of Slim, to kill her off, to break her. He failed. And it was a while before I saw Riley again. I was so livid that for all his talk, for all his bragging, for all the boasting he would do at the bar, at the end of the day, he was a cowardly, scared little man. Slim was dangerous, violent, monstrous, as some would say, but I never shied away from that. I loved her and Riley equally. That's the difference between me and Klaus. He was so scared, so determined to save his own fucking skin. He was willing to cage Slim, to force them to become someone they weren't. Beautiful creatures should never, ever be caged.
What's your question?
I suppose now that I think of it, it's more of a request than a question. But the first night we were looking for Hank, you mentioned the owl and how it had helped you in a hunt previous. Yes, I want to know about that hunt. Why the owl? How it helped you.
My feelings for Rabbit were no secret. I sometimes like to watch them work. I would take the boat over. Watch them go into the office. Interview people. I enjoyed how bored they looked most of the time. But more so I enjoyed when it was clear they were excited about something, about a hunt usually. And I like to watch them do that too. My interest in them, however, made it difficult for them at work. So I had to watch from afar. One night on the road outside Blackwater, I saw an owl. I was always told that owls are your guide, your omen for a message or a pathway for you to follow, so I followed it. And it led me to a camp where I found a wooden carving. And Rabbit's scent was everywhere. I laid in their bedroll. I stayed for a while. I left a gift of my own before departing. Why do you ask?
Curiosity, I suppose. Always held birds in similar regard. No. According to the teachings of La Madre, birds are the messengers between the realms of the divine and our own. The ones who travel between worlds. It does seem rather fitting that one would guide you in such a way.
The owls have always been very kind to me. I was able to go back, meet and talk with Rabbit there. None of their departments saw, and so I felt like I was keeping my word. Which I am learning is important to me. Is Herbie inside the pearl?
I saw him go in, but I have not seen him come out. It has been a minute. Perhaps it would be a good time to check on him.
That was a fucking disgustingly good scene. Holy shit. I don't often get those with Jules. Holy shit. Holy shit. I've known that character for, what, 3 years? We never had a conversation like that. That was amazing. Also, that is literally a line from our backstory. a flower blooming. So that shook the shit out of me. Oh.
Can I help you?
Are you working the bar tonight?
Never mind. Have a good day.
You too. Huh. Did I recognize him? Did he recognize me? What was that? Maybe he didn't hear me say something.
Hello, ma'am.
Nothing.
Perhaps he slipped out. It is a little worrisome, though. Granted, I'm not sure he knew where we were. I don't know if he would know where to look.
He's surprisingly unobservant sometimes. Telegram station, perhaps?
Yes, I think it's a good idea.
So interesting how he mentioned his advice from his father to know that's what somebody wants. I know. Jules. Is that not the man he was speaking to earlier?
One of them, I believe. Unfortunate.
Go in there.
Hey, not that one, the other one. That's my office.
But I wasn't looking at this room, but you know, it's fine.
Konbanwa, miss.
Hello.
This place is a fucking shithole.
Dozo yoroshiku. Irashaimasen, how can I help you?
Place looks like an opium den.
I'm looking for the man you were
fucking
speaking to in the
Mountjoy
street
prison.
earlier. Tan suit,
Fucking hell.
slicked back hair.
I do not recall his name. He was with a man named Herbie. Is that him?
That's him. Do
He
you
said
happen
he
to know
was
where they went?
going. He was going to be headed to the Bastille.
Lock me in the fucking basement. Let me out the fucking basement.
Thank you.
Automate.
Open the fucking door, you let me in the fucking basement.
You are on timeout, Killian.
Let me
Enjoy
out
the
the
basement.
fucking basement.
If you don't mind me
What the
asking,
fuck?
what is your name?
Where you fucking bomb?
Delilah.
Hmm?
Are you from the city?
There's something very weird going on here. I don't fucking like it.
Originally, yes, but not currently, no.
I have time to write a fucking novel in the time we've been waiting.
I know.
Out west, maybe, then?
Guarma. Actually.
Cheers.
You know about the Guarma treasure?
Which treasure?
don't know, I hear there is many ways to get rich on that island.
Oh, indeed there are.
Yams. Lots of yams.
Oi, stop in the fucking basement.
Is that what you're interested in? Money?
I mean, I like money.
Who doesn't, right?
I just... You know, I never make my way out to Guarma because I run into a few people. They warn me of...
Hey!
The fuck was that?
He's
I
shooting.
fucking
He's
told you, let me
shooting
out
up
the
from the
fucking
fucking
basement.
floorboards.
I'ma fucking light this place up
What
if
the
you don't let me out
fuck
the
you
fucking
talking
basement.
about?
Oi, my
Go help,
fucking...
go help your fucking nephew out. Go help your nephew.
Where the fuck are you?
Let me out the fucking basement.
Get out the fucking basement the way you came in, you
Oi,
fucking dumb rat.
I'm gonna start fanning the fucking hammer if you don't let me out the fucking basement.
You stupid fuck.
I don't
Go
do
out
that.
the door you came in.
We'll have none of that here. None of that farting business.
You fucking idiot.
Next time you put him in the basement, you should shackle him, it would seem.
Or fucking gag him or something.
Do not recall what I was saying.
You seem like you're enjoying yourself, though.
That I am. Damo. It's a shame some people here in the city aren't really fans of relaxing. Tell me you like to relax.
I do on occasion. Though I don't think we relax in the same way.
Are you from the castle?
No. I have a beautiful view of it from my perch, however. There's a bar on top of the mountain called Omens. Next time you find yourself in Guarma, feel free to stop by for a drink.
Hi. Very well. Remind me of your name one more time.
Delilah. I won't say it again. What happened to you?
Old injury. Never got around to changing the bandage. My knee, just fine now though. Daijoubu.
Does that disappoint you?
No. I care about peace, safety, and being healthy.
And yet you never got around to changing the bandage.
Well, I figured I'm still alive. No sign of infection, no point. Save money, like you say earlier. Like you asked me earlier, do I like money? I do.
Thank you for the information on my friend.
If you are ever back in the city and you're looking to relax, come here. We could make all your worries go away.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
And Delilah, if I ever get the tripas to come to Guarma, I will.
What is your name?
Maru, but people call me Zero, like the number.
And what would you prefer I call you?
Zero.
It is very nice to meet you, Zero. Tell the boys I said hello. And tell Edgar I miss him. Gentlemen. Bastille? You said Herbie went to the Bastille with someone.
Yes. Hopefully he'll still be there if written one of us. We'll find out soon enough. You haven't heard from Edgar, have you?
I'd really rather not lie to you, Jules.
He and I were supposed to meet. Never happened. Never heard from him again.
When were you supposed to meet?
Months ago now. When he returned to the crossing. One point, he made up with my crew. Very trusting of him to show up on his own, but I told him we meant him no harm. We did not.
What did he want?
At the time, I believe he was hoping to rebuild, to return to Guarma to claim what he felt was his.
Did he mean it?
I thought so. That's why I wanted to meet with him, just us, but... well... I guess something became more important to him.
Or perhaps the people he was with didn't like that idea.
Maybe.
I wanted to meet him too. Never happened though. I'll go inside. What the fuck? Hello?
No luck, I
sign
take
of
it.
him. No.
Okay. See if he wrote one of us.
I'm taking this horse.
My horse is actually just up the street. He wrote me about 20 minutes ago asking where to, so he may be, he may have wandered off, knowing him.
All right. Valentine? Tell him to meet us there.
Yes. I think that sounds good.
Are you wanted?
I think that might have been Philip and Bumpy's crew.
You want to turn back?
And yes. Hey, you know what? Little hello couldn't hurt.
There is a medical officer talking to what I think might be a lawman over by the telegram station, so be wary. We might not have much time.
Howdy, howdy. Sounds like he's got somewhere to be.
Sorry, didn't hear you.
Howdy, howdy.
You doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Now, I'm trying to remember. Are you friends with Bumpy?
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh, I apologize then. You look like somebody I know.
All right. No worries. No worries. I understand. You have
Say,
a
what
good
is?
one, though.
Oh, yeah, you too. I was gonna be polite. Ask what your name is.
Oh, okay. Name is Roland.
Roland. You from around here?
No. I just recently came in.
Oh, I see you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. What's your name?
Julius Bradshaw.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Well, Roland, I hope Saints Cross will treat you all right. I hope you get settled okay.
I would say you too, but seems you're already pretty settled, so.
Yeah, I've been here for quite some time now. Far too long. Actually, shit. Said no, you were just, finding your feet, all that. You'll find yourself out on a little island named Guarma. Maybe I'll run into you there. Been living out there for a few years now.
Yeah, all right. Well, maybe I'll see you out there.
Anyways, don't mean to keep you, Roland.
Of course. You have a good day now.
Bye, Roland. If you stop at the stable, I can get my horse.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I lasted all of 5 days out of Sissica before I made myself wanted again.
Doing what this time?
Robbing a train.
Watch out. Riders coming down 3 on the right alley here.
You know, the funny thing is I actually planned on being well behaved at least for a little while, just so I could focus on the whole Hank situation. But the moment we step back, crossing soil, after our little ceremony in Guarma, first thing I see in that telegram station is a bunch of files that say important documents. You know, Saints Crossing Transit Authority. And said, look, we got to take a look at that, see what it's all about. And sure enough, it was their paperwork about this train they were running, moving goods from bank to bank.
Is this the one you robbed with Flo?
No, she ain't. We robbed a sheriff's office on Christmas. That was a whole thing.
How very
So-
rebellious of you. I like it.
You know? Yeah, we had everybody together. We were looking for a good time. We said, why not? I made a deputy hold nitroglycerin. That was fun.
That is a lot of deputies. There's still time to turn around.
Hello, hello.
Hi there.
Hey.
Go right. They left quite suddenly out the backside of roads. I assumed they were going to take the tracks and try to get a closer look at you.
Maybe. It is certainly possible.
Perhaps something came up in Saint Denis. Did you telegram Roe as well?
I did. Still haven't heard anything back.
All right. Hello.
You know, I've found sometimes avoiding the law can be more suspicious than simply riding on through like you have every reason to be there. Couldn't hurt to check Emerald. That's where Hank has found a few people now.
All right. Is there anywhere else Bumpy likes to hide?
We spotted him out west a couple times, but seems to generally be things with his crew. No one's ever seen Hank out that far in a long time. Not to say he isn't, but I think Hank does most of his hunting around here, so I imagine that he and Bumpy meet somewhere further east as well. And we don't know anything about the horse he's riding. Hank, I mean. I believe he's got a brown Mustang, something like that. There are a few conflicting accounts, but definitely a brown horse.
Any news? I assume not.
No. I think we should just go straight on to Valentine.
All right. Let's go quickly. Hi guys, welcome in, welcome in. Sorry I am in the middle of some RP, but I appreciate you. Stevie, what were you doing? I'm trying to make sure our friend didn't get kidnapped. Boyby. I'm also playing games with Jules, which I quite like. Evil is such a subjective term. Yes. Yes, it is. This is my psychopath, Hannibal Lecter style. She's not a cannibal, but she is a psychopathic killer character. Oh, what a fun game that was.
What's that?
I enjoyed that.
Good.
I'll check down. I'll be back.
Yeah, let's see if you wrote.
Oh man. Kaysen's giving us that bomb about, you know. The Trappist gang was so nice. I loved it. Ooh. Ooh. Law. Oh my. Big things happening down here. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's pronghorn folk. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I don't see a wild Herbie, though, so we're gonna ignore them. Oh. There you are. Ignoring me now? Oh, we must be bubbled. He didn't even see us. Are we? We might be bubbled. I'm gonna assume that that is what just happened. Because he cannot see me. Well, we're gonna follow him like a creep. This feels like cheating though, because he definitely can't see us. So when we pop up, he's gonna be like, "What the fuck?" You know? But sure, let's play with it. Let's do it. Are we just gonna follow him until he fucking freaks the fuck out? Because he's seen us? You know what we could do? You know what could be fun?
He was just in Valentine. He's on a horse with another guy.
Wait, what?
I heard him.
Let's go.
Where's Julius?
Valentine.
He left out the other side, so I had to change. I was in my other clothes. Where's
Which
Julius?
side? Julius is at the telegram station. Which side?
We gotta go down there.
Which side, Herbie?
He went south, out of town. Like out the normal entrance, but on the side of the movie theater. We gotta get Julius and get the fuck out of here. We're gonna look for him. But he might be lurking.
He's at the
He's got a big
telegram
fucking
station.
beard.
All right.
I heard him talk like this. That's one of them.
He said,
To you.
no point to my costume now.
I don't see his horse anymore.
Well, we better check inside, just in case. How come I say check inside and you're right off? He was just here.
He's right here. It went out the south side, Jules.
Well, whatever side that is. I don't know if it's south. I think it is.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I saw Dale leaving town mighty fast, and then I saw her running back into town with you chasing. That was a whole sight.
He's
He
here.
was just here.
He was just here. I heard him.
He's literally here. Okay.
Well, he left, but he might be lurking because he saw me. He's on a horse with another guy. He's got a big fucking beard.
What's the horse look like?
Dark.
I heard him talking. There's one of them.
He said. So and then he went around and then circled back. And when he saw me sitting next to the pronghorn folk, they sauntered out of town slowly. That way.
Go.
Okay.
They're
We go
probably
look
lurking
then.
about. They started talking about us. Might have seen you guys. They just look like a dirtbag, like I'm dressed. Fucking lucky he was with somebody. That would have been the end of him. Goddamn loser. He got scooped up with him. You should get the fuck out of here regardless. Do you know that guy Jug?
One of the hobos, right?
I think he's dead.
Oh shit!
I think didn't hear it from me, but I think I was here earlier and they framed somebody, and then unfortunately she's friends with the DiCenzos, and I think they got one. is, maybe it'll make a break for the train. The blood train.
That wasn't the horse, was it?
I don't think so, no. It's a man. I didn't get a good. I got one good look at him.
He has a beard. What else
Yeah,
is he
one
wearing?
of them did at least. One of them had like a blue jacket. I don't know who the fuck his friend is, but he's made a big mistake.
What did he sound like? Or did you only hear?
He sound like him. Raspy though, extra
I
raspy.
meant his friend.
I didn't hear his friend. I just heard him.
All right.
They rode by. They were riding into town. I came out of the bathhouse, and he was saying something, and then he said, "Down there, and that's there, and there's one there."
And there's one there. So
As
he
I
recognized
walked
you
out.
real quick. Uh-huh.
Interesting.
He was definitely talking about you.
Unfortunately, I feel like it's just as likely you end up going towards Rhodes or Blackwater or
I would
somewhere
guess
else.
Blackwater.
I had a mind to think he was looping around the town to the right, like because he saw me. Because what they did was they went out, you know, towards Cumberland, and then they went to the right, and they went behind the houses, behind the bank, came back to see me standing over with the pronghorn folks, and then they slowly walked out of town.
I
and
must
then I
have
ran
just
and
passed
changed.
him.
Mm-hmm.
Why have they stopped?
Maybe the horse is in the way.
Howdy, y'all.
Hello. I don't need this disguise if I'm with you guys. But I figured.
Sounds like
I
you don't
talked to
need
those
the
people
disguise
before
at
I
all.
gave blood.
Yeah, I mean, I am dressed
convinced
this
me.
like myself for a reason.
Well, I mean, they convinced me though to give blood to find out my blood type. Well, I said I
What'd you
don't really
find out?
care, and they said, "Well, what if someone on Guarma gets hurt?" And I went, "Fuck off." Okay.
Well, we know he's got 3. 5 now from the sounds of it. Uh-huh. We know Copper. We know the sender of the telegram. We know there's a woman, blonde woman with him. Bumpy.
Fucking Bumpy is with him.
No, Bumpy is at least helping him. We don't
Oh.
know the extent,
Oh my
but
God.
he is helping him.
Those guys
We-
that I was talking to out there, they fucking hate Bumpy.
Mm-hmm.
That man, right there. Riding very quickly down the road by himself.
Does look like a dark horse, but I only see one rider.
So did I. But he took one long look at us and then rode very quickly out of town. Behind the telegram station, and it looked like he was in a blue jacket.
All right, then let's get to Emerald and catch this motherfucker while he's telegramming.
All right.
Well, how do we get down? Make the laugh after the wheat field.
Two riders?
2 women.
Okay. I assume Blackwater.
Yeah, I think that's our best bet. Take a look there, see what we can find, if anything.
I could call people too.
What?
I said I could get people to help me too. I just summoned help. I don't know when he's answering, but I summoned him.
What do you think about Blackwater? Head that way, see what we can find.
Yeah. Lead the way.
Can I hop on your horse?
Yes.
This thing's... Okay.
I trust you to watch behind me.
Mm-hmm.
There, ahead. Hello.
Hi.
Looks like that was the owner of that horse with the braided tail.
I tell you, this motherfucker wants to bring out machetes. I got news for him. I've summoned the deathmatch champion to bring us aid.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm. He telegrammed me a week ago. I didn't write back, but now now I will. Listen, I don't want to be left alone again. I didn't know he had people helping him. I hauled ass over here when I got the telegram, like 5 minutes after you sent it. I thought you would be here.
Apparently we didn't ride as fast as you did.
I'd take the fastest route. Julius. Big Al wants me to give you his telegram number.
Big Al?
Alphonse from the DiCenzos. He's a very, very old friend of mine.
Okay, yeah, sure. Interested. Did you say what about?
I think he was wondering if you were still doing business in Guarma.
Huh.
And if we're after this Bumpy, we could talk to those other nut jobs who I was talking to out there. That guy Zero, he reeked of opium.
Well,
but one of his friends was calling him Bad Breath Bumpy the Bum or something like that.
Oh, God. Bumpy's an interesting angle because if it is truly just money that motivates him, there are plenty of ways I can incentivize him to help us find Hank. Alternatively, of course, if Hank does trust him enough to meet with him, that's another way to lure Hank out.
I talked to Zero after you left.
Oh, that's what you guys went?
He knows Edgar.
Yes, he told me, he said, I'm going to say a word to you, and I want to see how you react. I said, okay. And he said, tripas, and I made a very annoyed noise. But it sounds like they stole all his jams. He said, I assume they're dead, but if he knows them, he doesn't really assume they're dead. They're cockroaches, those guys. He said, did he tell you he was with them for a short time?
No.
I think, we like a little while back, he was with him and they stole all his stuff and ran off, according to him. Small world.
I told him to tell Edgar I said hello.
That's good. I said, I like those guys. I just don't need them around.
Look to the left and right here, please.
I'm looking.
This is where I would come from.
I thought you were going after that person. It did not look like Hank to me, though.
As soon as I realized it wasn't, I left.
Let's do a quick sweep of the town. See if we spot anything.
I'll go right.
And meet back at the telegram station.
I guess he went right.
Okay.
I'll go left.
We'll go right eventually, yeah. I'm looking left.
Is that the horse?
But there's no way I'm going to remember. I don't know what horse it was. Had to move. I heard the voice, and then I was like, here we fucking go. And then I saw two of them, and I said, here I fucking go. And I walked right over to those pronghorn folk. I gotta update them about their friend, I guess.
Who is this?
I don't know.
No one you recognize?
Nope.
And people keep calling me Fisher because I was away for a few.
Busy night.
I know that's the bartender I met.
You want to say hello?
I'd have to change. Maybe I should change anyway.
I'll wait here.
Yeah.
Holy shit, you guys. That was awesome. Even if we don't end up with another sighting, that's just super cool. I see you looking at me. I'll look back. Hi. Problem is I have no idea what he looks like now, and I think I've made a decision to RP not recognizing him if I see him. Because he's a different man now, right? There's that whole idea about, people being so different, in the way that they carry themselves and think about themselves, that they're unrecognizable. I kind of love that idea. So I think even if I did recognize him, I think I would choose not to.
Well, my horse was minding its own business.
Who are you, though? I'm waiting for Herbie to change.
A couple of my folk were on the roads. I told them to stay on high alert.
Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, this is it.
That's even more
Exactly.
the drama. I love it.
Oh, I like your gun.
Thank you. It's useful in gunfights so people on our side can see where I am.
That's fair. All right, here we go. Oh, fuck. I don't know. I'm being honest.
Also a bunch of deputies, but none of them recognize me. I'm not even sure I know any of them either.
I should check my telegrams. Wanna watch my back?
The rest off.
All right.
You know?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Hell no.
No.
Yeah, you gotta put that thing back.
Yeah, it looks like you're skipping.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Struggle. You just gotta get the rust off.
Where would you like to go next?
Yeah,
Strawberry?
Is that what's
Yeah.
Yeah, can't hurt to do a little loop, see what we can see. What the hell he was doing, where he was trying to go. Huh.
If he looped back around to try and grab Herbie, I find that very interesting.
Alright, once Sal and his horse have made up, we'll head out.
Oh, okay.
All right, I want to check one more time if
Sure,
anybody
sure.
brought me back.
Where he is.
Nope.
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 Nope. Nope.
I think you might need to take a nap.
Take a
Yeah,
nap.
you're just kind of hopping behind.
Man, he's having a hard day.
I've read the case a bit, but I've never met them or seen them.
Yeah.
And that wasn't him by the stable just now, correct?
I didn't see him. I didn't see anybody.
No, I saw those folk when I was in town earlier. Definitely not him.
All right, well, Strawberry then.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure he would have just looped around and tried to see if I wandered off by myself, but there's a lot of people in the damn town.
That's the problem. Yeah, I feel like maybe he did, but I was on the other hand, we might have seen him.
But I mean, if I could, 10
feel like
people
he
from
got-
Pronghorn just rolled in for the mobile market. And you got a guy dying.
Especially if he did spot Dale and I, then he might have known that his odds were not good and got the hell out.
He said, and that's one of them.
Uh-huh. He said something first, which I don't remember, but it made sense he was talking. And there's one of them there. It was more like this.
I guess for the sake of playing devil's advocate, he could have been talking about just about anything.
I mean, if he doesn't recognize me, then he's a dead man. When I'm dressed like this.
It was about you. That seems the most likely.
Mm-hmm.
But who the hell knows?
Well, I will say, like I said, he then slowly rode uptown, and then I was in front of the stables. They went behind the stables and then came out the other side and saw me standing with the Pronghorn people, and then slowly left town. So they doubled back. I apologized. They said to me, okay, you let us know if we need to leave. And then I said, no, you're fine, because I needed them as a shield. What about his list?
And
you think that's what he was talking about?
On it.
It said militia. I've had a bunch of people say to me, I said, yeah, I'm here because someone's trying to kill me. And they said, oh, okay. I said, yeah, he's here somewhere. And they go, well, why aren't you in Guarma? I said, because someone's trying to kill me and they're here. If this fool was stupid enough to go to Guarma, he'd be dead. It's a lot of horses.
It's the same horse that was in Valentine. That is a lot of horses.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but they're probably inside the apartments there.
Oh my god, it's Flick. Trying not to squeak.
Should we double back?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I know he pointed a gun at her head, blah, 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 but these people forgive people for all kinds of bullshit.
Yeah, no. I think it's a decent idea. We don't got any other leads at this point, so yeah, why the hell not?
But meanwhile, their friend is lying dead in there. This guy, I think he's dead. This guy, Jug.
He's friends with the bathhouse?
Jug, yeah. He's one of our hobos.
Oh, I forgot they were involved with the bathhouse. Okay.
Yeah, Boyd Coit is there too.
Well, I do know that in Hank, so we want to head to Valentine or we want to stick around here?
Valentine. Are your people staying in Rhodes, Jules?
I'm not sure, actually. Rose wrote me headed that way, so I assume she meant headed to Valentine.
Right.
Frankly, it probably would have been more effective to have a little bit more spread it, but it is what it is.
Not when he's picking people off one by one.
I'm gonna run to get more help.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it depends, right? If he's got more help. If it's two of them, two folk together is pretty decent odds. Ain't ideal, but ain't the worst either.
Yeah, I ran into Mishka.
I saw that.
She's either just complete oblivious to the world around her that isn't outside her immediate sphere. Or, she's a filthy liar, which is possible. Both are very possible.
Why? What makes you say that?
She's like, I don't know. She's like acting like she didn't know who Hank was. She's like, I thought you were dead or in Guarma. So I'm like, yes, okay. Like, and she's like so shocked.
That you weren't dead?
No, that I'm here. Someone else, my friend.
Very vocal about hating it here and never stepping foot here again.
Yeah, true, but I doubt she remembers anything about that.
Did she mention noticing Jules and I on the balcony?
She didn't say anything at the time, but then all those people came. I ran into my friend, the guy Al, the big guy.
I'm not entirely convinced she did notice us. Zero definitely did, but I don't know if he said anything to her.
I don't think so. Those guys wandered off, and well after she did. Now Al of the DiCenzos, he's like, "Hey, if these guys say anything about doing opium, you got to tell me." I was like, "Oh boy."
Congratulations, Herbie. You've been recruited in the war on the city.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say to those guys, "Hey, just so you guys know, my friend said I don't believe them, so this way they don't just say anything around me." It's gonna warn them. I don't have good. You know, these opium people can get crazy.
Let's circle around.
I don't know if he should be going around by himself. Is that him?
Where?
I mean, Clive.
That just rode by?
No, he's walking in. The guy walking into the bank. He's friends with the bathhouse too, so I figured he might be here. Look at this fancy bastard. Someone's riding by back there.
I see.
Oh no, it's something. Hold on, I'm bait. Bap.
You know, if he yelled it a little louder, I think maybe all of Valentine could have heard him calling himself bait. Howdy.
Howdy.
He rode just close enough.
I don't know where that guy went. All right, we go to the telegram office. Yeah. I'm sure these guys, they're waiting to nab somebody at a telegram office or somewhere. The bank. Is that where Roe found him at the telegram office?
Mm-hmm. That's where they found each other.
And that's where they got Butch.
Actually, you know, now you say when they followed Rose around, that was not far from the Rhodes telegram office.
Mm-hmm.
There.
It is smart.
Dark
What,
horse?
straight ahead?
Yes.
Well, I hate to be that guy, but
Chaucer was not at a telegram station, though.
He was in Rhodes?
Yeah, well, Hank was alone, and he followed all of us for quite some time before he saw his opportunity.
Going to Rhodes? What's the plan? We're going to Rhodes?
Jules went in to check his telegrams. So for now, we wait.
Okay. Well, I kind of told Clive we're going to Rhodes.
All right.
Whoops. I think that's Rooster from Pronghorn over there. I spoke to him before. I saw him coming into town.
Do you want to ask him if he saw anyone following you?
No, I walked over to him when I saw them in town. They saw him too. I said, there they are right over there.
I'm asking if you want to ask if he has seen them since.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm going to go ask the Pronghorn people. Then do you want to go to Rhodes?
Yeah, sounds good.
There. Walking up. On the left.
I see him.
You walking directly up behind Herbie.
Yes, Derby. Huh. Somebody Pronghorn knows, I assume.
Is that Clive?
Maybe.
Does that displease you?
We can talk about it later.
Then these two showed up and they vanished.
No, look at that.
It's Clive.
They're doing a great job watching your back.
Howdy, Clive.
Thank you.
Howdy.
Okay, I'm gonna hop on Julius's horse.
Okay, my horse is right here.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna hop on Delilah's horse. I was gonna let them have a reunion, but that's fine too. I'm gonna hop on Clive's horse.
Wow.
To fill him in
You
about what the
abandoned me
fuck
so
is happening.
quickly, Herbie. Okay.
Listen, I'll snuggle up anytime. I'm in 1A.
At them budge.
What? Speak English. I don't know
Sorry,
what the fuck country you
I
in.
apologize, Mr. Herbie.
Okay, keep your check or something.
Oh, that got me so fucking good. I rarely laugh when I'm on Delilah, but damn, that was that was fucking ridiculous. Oh Oh, broke the tension a little bit. Damn, dude. I was like, let's first of all, that was Flick in Strawberry on their you know, kind of supernaturally inclined detective. So I really fucking hope that they saw my /me of looking their character up and down. And second of all, Flick is the player behind Rabbit, by the way. So it was just ridiculous. But also, what was the other thing I was just about to say? Oh, I was gonna say, oh, maybe it's time to switch to dumb. But then we fucking saw Hank. So I think we're gonna stay hunting a little bit longer, y'all. I hope you're okay with that.
Don't get caught if you do.
This fudge music is fucking gross, dude. It's so good. It's so moody.
Anybody's face or anything, that'd be
I
crazy.
didn't even know, Jug. It's just more Mama's upset, so.
It's really, they're really making.
Related to Hank?
Yeah, whatever. Whatever.
I don't see anyone on the ridgeline.
So what do these people look like?
Okay. Pretty nondescript clothing on a horse of a color.
Okay.
This is right about where we robbed the train. Great spot for it. Great spot to keep an eye on the
Pretty
road
long
too, for
grayish
that matter.
beard. Oh, the Pronghorn people heard him talking too. One of them said that Sammy said, "Oh, I think I heard him." I said, "Yes, that was him when he rode in."
What else did they say?
That was it. They didn't see him come back, but they were aware of him coming in at least.
What did they hear him say?
They didn't hear exactly what it was. They don't remember.
Hunting with Delilah is rare. It sure is. She doesn't often do this kind of thing. Guys, I gotta tell you, today, when I was like, oh, we're gonna show this scene and then we're gonna log in, I fully expected that, you know, first of all, that it would just be Herbie and Delilah. And second of all, I was like, what the fuck am I gonna do if I run into Hank with Herbie and I decide to let him go? Herbie's gonna fucking shoot me. So I'm really glad I don't have to worry about that. Oh.
while it is very poison for me, and I would like to at least have his body to drag through the streets, as a parade style, because he's been doing this to Julius' people. Julius gets, I think, first crack at a machete or anything else. In my head, in my mind, as furious as I am. Oh God, you're bloodthirsty. Delilah, do you know where Clive's been?
Tell me.
You'll never guess.
I did, I heard rumor that Edgar had come back for a time, so I've been spending my time trying to find him again.
That's the second time he's come up today.
I told him, that's why he said it to me. I told him about that Zero guy.
I don't believe he's dead, if that's what Mr. Zero said.
Not to me, he didn't. He implied they were very much alive.
Oh, great. Thanks for telling me that. After I told you that he told me they were dead. I know how much I could trust that opium addict now.
No, I don't think there's any trusting.
No, if he ran with Edgar, the fucking no way.
Yeah.
To Ghost Town?
Pretty much. There was a couple folk over at the telegram station. Somebody milling by the gun store, but nothing of interest.
Where does Hank usually like to go?
We don't know. He's been nabbing people most of the time at telegram stations. Bro, they found each other at the telegram station in the city, I think. He grabbed Butch at Emerald Station.
Is that horse just fucking trotting up without a
another
person on
telegram
it?
station.
What the
Another guy he
fuck?
grabbed just in town here, but he had been following them.
I can talk to Lily next time I see her.
I just got straight in the way of that guy, and he didn't even say anything. He wasn't like, watch it. I'm walking here. I'm getting water.
I think I may have heard about it before.
Good, I'll give it to you. Next time.
Sounds like my people over at the Pavi camp.
Well, let's go say hello.
Sure.
I bet this motherfucker ran for the goddamn hills now, or he's lurking in the shadows, changing his clothes.
Not impossible to catch him out.
He's
It
drinking.
will quite have a lot of luck.
What the fuck, you guys? That horse went all the way through town without a rider. What the shit?
Oh, fun Guarma news, ahoy. One of these doctors said when he retires, he wants to be a doctor for Guarma.
Also, oh my god, Clive! It's Ogun! My baby! There's tension here, though. Julius doesn't want Clive around, which is interesting to me. Oh, hello. Jules?
Let's creep up on him.
I think it's a woman. That they were watching.
One with a blonde braid.
Bro, I think that was them. I think that was them.
Kept going. That's definitely him. He had a lady with blonde hair on the back. That's a different person. And he said something about where the others. Get the others.
Blonde braid is definitely someone who works with him.
All right, all right.
Do you know who it is? What her name is?
We don't know her name. Oh, that's the only we could have so far as a description. But he's been spotting meat with her multiple times.
They were sitting right outside.
Right.
The
If you
camp.
want, Clive and I could ride back and grab like somebody from your from the camp.
They were sitting right outside the camp, perched on that horse, watching.
Yep.
I'm surprised you didn't see them, Jules.
I did, and actually, I thought they were one of mine.
It might be a goddamn.
Realize.
I don't know if they fled into the city or over to the fucking, whatever the fuck the mansion is here.
Much better vantage point. Keep talking.
Well, they definitely went that way. But we stopped so we didn't lose you guys. Especially once he said the others. That went, uh-oh, this was a fucking trap.
No, I'm fairly certain they went into that forest.
Yeah, I had eyes on y'all, but lost you. God damn it.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, they could have gone
closer
down
and
to
closer.
Shady. They could have gone to Braithwaite.
They gotta come out at some point. It could be along the coast, it could be into the city.
Well, most likely if they,
I said, wait, is that, you might not be who we're looking for. Say something. And he said, fuck off.
Should have shot the horse out from under him.
I was about to start shooting, but I wanted to make sure you guys were around.
Sure. I was right on y'all's tail. God damn it.
Next time, don't stop.
Well, I would rather not run into a fucking trap and have you guys wondering, where the fuck did they go? And meanwhile, Clive and I are surrounded, and he's swinging a machete when there's 5 guys with guns.
I didn't lose sight of you.
But I didn't see any of you guys behind us. So I wanted to make sure.
No, I get it. But
Hello.
Was that just a horse?
What was that?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
howdy.
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
We're doing all right. Perhaps you've seen some friends of ours.
Who's your friends?
Rode through this way not too long ago. One with a long braid. Blonde.
Can't say that rings a bell, but I've been up at McLean's ranch till like 3 minutes ago, so.
I see. Thank you.
Which one is McLean's?
That's the one like just above the swamp, north of it.
Oh, okay. I never knew that. That's good to know.
Yeah, you get jobs from Emerald Ranch that take you there.
Oh, all right. I'm too lazy to do that, but thank you.
Yeah, y'all take care.
Yeah, you too.
Perhaps they went into town.
Perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. God damn, that sunset. Ah! Sunrise, even.
If anything, it seems more likely they rallied more folk. I think they would have gone after my people at Pavi camp had they had the numbers.
Well, that woman wasn't on the back of his horse before, as far as I remember.
Well, perhaps they
Interesting.
still intend to hit the camp.
They may have tried to double back with more people. How many?
Now I'm not sure because I had originally thought those were part of my crew. Didn't realize until the outset sun I got a good look at that braid.
Danger now.
Most likely they've gone to Saint Denis to at least have access to telegrams to get the other people.
There's a lot of folk in Saint Denis this time of day though. That's one of the problems.
You're gonna remember that for the rest of your goddamn life when you close your eyes.
They probably saw the commotion and cleared out. Might be at telegrams now.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna shoot people, so some gun would be nice. I imagine they're gonna shoot back. Also, where the fuck did his people go? Probably heard us screaming, so.
Yeah, they were at the edge of the camp, Butch. I'm not sure who exactly, but there was a woman matching that description we got, the blonde, braid. They took off real quick once they saw us. Tried to catch up to them, but they got away. Kind of towards Saint Denis. I mean, could be Braithwaite, could be Shady Bell, could be somewhere else completely, but they headed down southeast.
Well, that's where we headed then.
We could try Shady Bell.
Shady Bell. Clive made a good point with Saint Denis because they could go to telegrams.
They did mention something about getting the others. We heard them yelling at.
Well, Chaucer had an experience that might be related to that.
What happened?
Oh,
Yeah, this is a compensation for.
I know they're close, but if we don't find them soon, I might pass out from exhaustion soon.
I take Rose down to the.
You okay? You're gonna be okay if I have to take a rest, right?
I'll be right back.
Get on the horse.
Okay.
I was mentioning to Herbie that lady we talked to down by the grave or war site, whatever it is, just went into the telegram station too, so.
That horse that we saw that was black, right?
Looks like it. Very dark brown and black.
Where were they going?
Apparently Rose and now are fucking long arms, so they're going to the stables.
Oh God. Well, I was just saying, I'm getting a little, despite all this, and I know I shouldn't be, but I feel my body giving in. So in a little bit, I'm gonna have to go for a rest under a rock somewhere.
No, if you gotta rest, you gotta rest. Don't push yourself. We're gonna have a hell of a day.
I must be my rest if I didn't start blasting his fucking head off. I honestly wasn't sure it was them. That's why I didn't shoot immediately. I said, wait, this is a lady.
Yeah, we know there's a woman named Copper. We know there's a blonde woman. Could be one and the same. We ain't sure.
Seems you have a nearly full crew, Jules. Perhaps we should hand it over to you for the night.
Yeah, that may make sense. I don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves. Well, then we're already gonna.
Might switch it up a little bit. He won't recognize you right away. Although apparently he was following them.
He might have a better chance sticking with them then.
Well, closer and closer, though.
Indeed.
No, this is the closest we've been in a while. I like this.
And he's somewhere around here, so you guys have a bit of a chance before he gets the fuck out of here. The only thing that could have happened is that he went along the coastline and doubled around. It's back in Valentine.
It's possible.
But he's probably not too far.
Too panicked. Saying didn't even make sense. Especially since
the fuck off.
Yeah, they've got people, shaking up at the Pearl. Makes sense.
All right. Happy hunting. And telegram.
Yeah, I'll write you soon, especially if we find anything.
All right. Good luck, Jules.
Take care.
Good luck, guys.
Hey, you too, Clive.
Did you see Clive? He whipped out a machete when we were chasing him.
I did.
If we had caught up, you would have chopped that horse's legs off, Clive.
That was the idea.
Pronghorn produce, selling, produce.
Okay, we should.
Come get your fresh produce.
Oh.
What?
Are we gonna go the way they went?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Now these are some sneaky following bastards. So now we saw Julius's people sitting at that camp. Or they were looking for us. Either way, they were very close. But they asked about you, Delilah, that Zero, and then he goes, what about the Bruja? You know the Bruja? It's like, the Bruja's my friend, yes. She's a witch? I said, well, she does some weird, she has some, I don't want to totally ruin the mystique. I said, she does some weird spells now and then. But does that make someone a witch?
Explains his reaction when he saw me. Or when I told him where I was from. Which way did they go? Right, I assume?
I mean, they were off in the right somewhere.
We're in that forest.
I imagine they're in town by now.
Probably, if they're summoning help to quote unquote get the others, or either they were waiting at Shady Bell, or to me it sounded like
there. Run.
Oh yeah.
Get ready
Holy
to shoot.
shit.
Get ready to shoot.
They went the other way.
They're not following.
Yeah, let's keep going. Don't stop. Don't give them a chance.
Yeah, they're going the other way. They're headed to Rhodes.
All right, let's telegram Jules.
Jesus Christ. They were, see, there were the others. God damn, the timing was almost horrible. He's got our full fucking group.
Yes,
Well,
he
it's
does.
definitely best we didn't go into Shady Bell.
Yep. I'm glad we stopped. This is fucking ridiculous. It took so goddamn long to find this motherfucker. He's got an army. Probably adopted 17 new people.
Will you send Jules a telegram?
Yeah. Just watch my back.
I will.
Yell if there's an army coming.
No, they're definitely not following us.
Thank God the idiot was yelling. We would have walked right to a fucking ambush. Yep. I mean, this telegram ain't gonna beat those people in town.
A few seconds more both ways and things would have been much different.
Much more interesting.
That is a way to put it.
All right. You going to the Bastille?
Yes.
You sure that's safe?
I hadn't really thought about it.
Oh, well, let's just go there. It's pretty safe. From what I heard from my friend Al, his friends and family have a pretty tight reins on the city these days. So it'd be unwise for any people, as crazy as they are, to cause some problems here. I think.
What did your telegram say?
I said, get the fuck out. There's 6 people riding out from Shady Bell. Go. Get moving. And those poor fucking people from Pronghorn. They told me they saw 4 violent incidents this evening.
It's nice to see you, Ogun.
It is odd, but I have missed both of you.
That's odd?
Well,
I know me, definitely not odd. Okay, don't answer it.
listen, I'll let you two lay your heads. I'm gonna...
All right. You look around. Look around.
Yeah.
That Zero guy, he seems to be operating on Million, just like over by there's like apartments over by the Blue Pearl.
It's almost like you knew exactly what I was gonna do, Mr.
Listen, I could see it on your face.
Mm-hmm. Good night.
Happy hunting.
God damn. That was a close one.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I should have shot. He's right. I didn't know it was them at first, but I should have blown off the legs of that horse or something. Never would have made it to help, and we'd be done and dusted. But at least I told him to slow down, because if we had followed him, we would have been done and dusted. All right. Okay, well, okay. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. But be safe.
Good night.
Good night. What the fuck? Stinks like a vinegar in there. I'm going somewhere else.
I'm throwing up my hands, opening these arms. Time is sliding down the wall. There is an animal living inside me, gripping my heart, slow me down. The greatest weight that I've ever held, and I can't keep it all. Won't you take it all? Let's go back to when you didn't know me. Yeah, I've come to you as the devil disguised. Yeah, I know I might fall, hiding behind a mask, and I can't show you. Yeah, I've come to you as the devil disguised.
Ooh-wee. What the fuck? How did we get lucky enough to run into him twice, dude? How? Crazy. Crazy. Unbelievable. But I'm into it. Whew. All right, my darlings. I haven't eaten. We just fucking streamed all day and then shit popped off, and I'm gonna go make myself some food. But we're gonna raid Kason's, who plays Zero, the one who recognized the Bruja. Also because it seems safe to raid him, because we're not gonna accidentally get, any sort of spoilers. I would raid Tank or somebody from the other gang, but I don't want to accidentally get the meta. So we're gonna go ahead and raid over here to Cason's and say hello. Thank you all again so much for hanging out. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. Good Lord. Thank you. That was so cool, dude. That was so cool. I don't often get to like chase and hunt people down, but the fact that I saw them on the back of the horse, like right outside the camp, I was like, the fuck? Like, that's what? But also, I don't know if you guys noticed that like Herbie was like, I'm getting tired and I have to go to bed. It's actually because we were one too many. We were above the stack. Once we all got together, we realized we were above 6 players. So somebody had to bail. So Herbie was like, oh, I'm so tired, because he was going to let the rest of us go hunting. But I am also exhausted. So, and just the crazy timing of us riding by and then seeing them outside, like them saying, Shady Belle, you want to go? And the fact that I fucking looked and saw them riding really quickly. Holy shit. That was wild. That was so crazy. That was so crazy. All right. I adore your faces and your butts. Let's go say hi to Cason's. Thank you so much for hanging out. Bye.